welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is the day number 2, a new start, but with the same kind of aggressions. It is the day number 2 of the Community Series Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and with you guys, once again, it is I, Torix, and with me, it is Tori, aka Cal, the Superman himself. Welcome back. How you been, man?
I've been excited. I think I was sleeping and I was dreaming about day 2 because day 1 was exciting. The games were, they were epic. Nothing to take away from those games. They were just amazing. So we're in day 2 where, currently we know who's topping that table with Team Pride. We don't want to go and talk about that right now though, because there's so many other teams, of course, we're expecting something spectacular out of today, leading towards the grand finals, because, we still have 6 amazing maps to go through one by one today. So I just can't wait to see what Sunday holds for us.
I'm absolutely ready to see that action, how Pride is going to play it out, how the other teams are going to play it out. But yes, this is the Community Series Africa of the PUBG Mobile, presented to you by InGame Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the day number 2, and from today's performance, after the 6 matches that will be played today, I think it's going to be the same map schedule. It is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, Erangel, Miramar, Rondo. We are going to see who will move into the grand final phase. That will only be a single day of action where everyone is going to be full on the clean slate, 0 points for everyone, and just 1 day of points. 1 day of action will determine who will take this trophy, the glory of the Community Series Africa.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting thing. It's all for that grand final sport. Every team out here, they want to book a spot there. And I'd say a couple of them already have their eyes on it already, but then anything can still happen. The table can switch up. Day 1 was different, this is day 2. A lot can happen in day 2 that nobody foresaw coming. So, if you're the teams that are on that top 10, top 15 right now, I don't think you want to get too comfortable and too complacent. You need to make sure you're delivering the exact same quality you brought on day 1, bringing it over to day 2 if you want to make it to the actual grand finals. And again, all these teams that are currently are looking like they're not going to make it there. They have a lot of work to do. Talking about BH Esports as well and BHCX, those 2 teams that are bottom last. They have. Hopefully we have them connect today. That's the first one, of course. Then, and hopefully they have something in store, something in plan, because they have a long way to go, a mighty long way, if they want to make it to grand final day. But anyways, the top 3 teams currently, PAN Africa, Team Pride, and if I'm not mistaken, we also have Synthesis who are in that top 3 table. So they have quite a little bit of a cushion, but at the same time, they can't get too comfortable because anything can happen at any point in time.
That is absolutely true. Anything can happen at any point in time. We saw that firsthand for the first 2 games, where PAN Africa was the one that did a very amazing job at the match number 1. Then suddenly, from the match number 2, Team Pride were throughout doing an amazing job. They were dominating from the match number 2 onward for themselves, and they were not stopping. Nobody was stopping them. By the end of the match number 6, they were up 100 points. I think it was close to 113 points that they have at their disposal at this point in time. And the second number of the team, that is on the hashtag number 2, they're somewhere between 89, somewhere in that point range. So with that 30-ish point of a difference, we're going to see today, first of all, it will be who's moving to the grand finals as on the number 1, hashtag number 1. And from the grand finals that will be played tomorrow, who will take that trophy? Who will take that glory for themselves?
Yeah, the glory is it's all about the glory, all about the throne, all about the bragging rights. You want to say, oh, I won the IGE Community Series. I did. It wasn't you. It was me. Going into champs, going into wherever you may go, but there's a lot of bragging rights at stake here. There's a lot of fight on the line, a lot of ego feeding for these teams, and who's going to be able to feed that ego? Is going to be able to hold up that trophy and that pride up as we end and enter into Monday. But before we go to Monday, before we go to grand finals, we first of all have to go through today, where once again we have 6 amazing maps. We've seen them yesterday. We're going to see them again today. And we talked about Rondo being how aggressive that map can be. We saw it twice yesterday. It was so aggressive. It was the one map that I'm pretty sure everybody on stream kept looking forward to over and over again. And then the Erangel, a little bit slower, but then that's the one map that PAN Africa are really good at winning, because they won both of the Erangels yesterday. Can they now, bring that same energy into today? Probably win both Erangels again. Though we could just say Plain Africa owns Erangel. That could just be the motive of the team right now. But anyways, though, we are going to find out because I'm pretty sure our first map is going to be on Erangel.
Oh yeah, Erangel is definitely going to be our first map. That is the default, the one that we always see. It's either Rondo. If it's not Rondo, it's Erangel. There is a very little chance we're going to see Miramar at the start, but that's probably going to be for the worst because why? That's one map you want to be at a slow pace. And if teams go at the first pace towards the Miramar, we're going to see a lot of destructions. We're going to see a lot of chaos ensue in that match, no matter what the circumstances is. So I'm just waiting for that actually match or even the match schedule to like actually been shown so we can actually safely say that, yes, okay, this is the match we're going to see at the start, we're going to see at the beginning, and from this point onward, we can deduce how the lobby is going to be, because today you cannot make mistakes. Pride has done an amazing job, but now it's time to maintain their placements on the hashtag #1. They make a wrong move, they make 2 wrong moves in 2 back-to-back consecutive matches, they're done. There is somebody that might take them out from the #1 towards the #2 placements, because this lobby has that potential. This lobby has that chance of taking the #1s, the #2s, and putting them down from the hashtag #1 all the way down to 3, 4, somewhere in between that line. So whatever you're doing, not making the mistake, not making those over-aggressive moves, I think that would be the right move at this point.
Yeah, no doubt that what said, you don't want to make any mistake whatsoever. We did see that, I think that was Spain, if I'm not mistaken, on the Miramar map when they got punished because they kept overextended over and over again, and they got taken out twice by those, being a little bit too confident, and then it just wasn't working. So again, you want to make sure, as much as yes, you trust in your gunfight skills, you trust in the synergy of the team to get the job done, you also don't want to be over aggressive and go and make any unnecessary moves that it's ultimately going to cost you your #1 spot on that table. And of course, everybody in that top 5, they have to make sure they're keeping tabs on each other and making sure that they're not being outplaced, they're not being out eliminated. It's going to be very important in their top 5 run. And of course, every other person below that top 5 also wants to find a way to take that position from them. So there's a lot of mind games that are going to be played today. There's also a lot of shooting and looting that's going to be happening on all 6 maps.
I am telling you, this is going to be a very chaotic game today, at least for today. Why? Because we need to see all that action in the real time if you want to really know what's happening at this point in time. There is that one thing that you have to make sure that you're doing your absolute best. A slight momentum shift is enough to put the whole team backward like 2 or 3 paces back. So at any point in time, whatever you're doing, whether you're going for that drop locations, that hot drops, and talking about the hot drops, how can we forget those 2 teams going to the military base, going at the side of the Miramar as well every single time. Oh my God, those were some good moments that we were seeing. I'm kind of forgetting the names. I have to remember the names.
Rush Esports and 2 All-Stars.
Rush, the All-Stars. There we go. I was like, yeah, there's something stars. But yeah, Rush Esports and All-Stars. These 2 teams. Oh my God. 6 out of 6 matches that we witnessed. Every single time you were seeing them somewhere in between the fights.
I think they had the personal squabble, Wherever you land, we're going to land there. We want to put you down and you put us down. It's either you put me down or I put you down. But one of us, this map could not contain both of us. I'm very sure that was what it was like between them. And it was fun. We enjoyed it all throughout the series yesterday. And I'm hoping we have something like that today again, for a little bit of a storyline. But I mean, ultimately, it's all down to these teams and whatever nemesis they have in between themselves. But so I mean, again, match day 1 was exciting. It was thrilling. It was really pushing to the extreme. And I'm hoping match day 2 has even better qualities, especially for the fact that we all know who's at the #1, we all know who's at number 10, who's at number 16, who's at number 20 even. So now we want to know how we can make it work, and we are already getting the party started. Match 1 of 6 is getting started here, brother.
It certainly is. Match number 1 as Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. It is over here. But wait a minute. I am seeing 16 teams this time around for the match number one.
Ooh.
We're missing 4 teams, or we have missed the action of the 4 teams that taking that early fight. So we will know once the dead life counter is up on whatever that case is. But so far, there's 16 teams and 57 players into the lobby. No Bahrain with Blaze and VR. He's ready to take those engagements. Neon Outlaws is another team, not that guy. Neon X. And slowly, steadily, we're definitely going to see the fights and engagements happening at this time and point. But wait a minute. Is that... Yeah, there's still 2 teams. It's different names today. I don't think we're seeing the same teams as yesterday. So I think the qualification was like maybe the top 8 from the day number 1 is moving forward, and the day number 2 they have a different set of players, different set of teams that is playing today. So top 8 from yesterday, they have qualified for the grand finals. We just got that confirmation, and now it is a second set, new teams, different names, different players with the new aggression today.
Okay, yep. I am loving this new storyline. It's not the same teams from yesterday. We have entirely new beefs and entirely new squad balls, and we're about to find out who's going to be our team pride for today. What is it going to be out of all of you? And so far, so good. We already have 16 teams left. 4 teams already eliminated off the start of this one, and we have 16 teams going in. And I mean, this is what we were looking for. We want to see all the action happen, and of course, we were right. It's going to be Erangel for the very first map.
I don't think they have joined into the match, because so far with the elimination numbers, it is straight up a 6 elimination numbers. So even if we deduct 1 team, that's 17 teams. There's still like 3 more teams that have not joined. But there we go, Rag Smoker. He just got smoked out of the game. And Cider Goat comes around with that shotgun. He's making some connections. Did a lot of damage. Jump fire did not made any kind of connection this time around. He blew up that canister. That gas can has been blown away, and with this a full squad, Royal Academy, they are gone. And you know what, kind of reminds me of Inazuma 11's, that Royal Academy, that name, it brings so much nostalgia to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just them getting wiped out this early though. I think the nostalgia got wiped out early. Hey, Torix, why did you jinx them, bro? Why did you do it? Now they're gone. And well, for the team number 1, they already have 4 eliminations already back then, and they're probably looking for a lot more. Every other team on the board on the 0 elimination mark, apart from TTN and Yon, of course, on 1 each. But I mean, it's around you. They're starting slow. Everybody's the loot phase, and then you start to shoot eventually. But right now, we're getting. Well, yeah, I mean, literally, this is just a farming simulation for the first 5 minutes where everybody trying to get enough loot they can bag up until the actual action starts to start. And we probably go into that stage 3 zone where things start to get a little bit more tense. Well, currently, 15 more teams in the lobby and 54 players left on this one.
Yep. 15 teams, and with the 54 players at this point in time, there's only 1 fight that we have seen so far completely going straight up. Royal Academy, they had the 2 eliminations, and now they just got wiped out of the game. But the rest of the teams, there's still 15 more teams. Nobody's even remotely close by to each other, I do believe so at this point in time. Everybody is super far away, but why the sticky grenade? Why the sticky grenade, Blood Pack? I need to know. Why did you throw that sticky grenade onto that Mirado? Maybe it's stuck, maybe something like that. But you can find another car. You can just ask your teammate to just push that car with his own car at that point, and that could work. But no. He just want to destroy that car somewhere in that area. But aside from that, Esports, another name, another team that we are seeing, just rotating, just chilling. And look at that. I stand correct. Nobody is remotely close by to another team. I'm talking about every single one of the team that is still alive in this lobby. You want to go west, you can go west. You want to go north, it's all up for you. South, it's still there. Nobody can actually hold you down to go inside of that circle. You have an easy entry, at least for the state number 1.
Yeah, they just I think they literally took the farming simulation thing a little bit too serious, man. Because now they're just farming. That's it. They're just trying to get a lot of loot in, and there's no fights happening anymore with the map. I think for the next 3-4 minutes, we probably are not going to be able to see a single elimination. So it's all going to come down to these teams, just getting ready for the actual main fights, loot all the way you can. As eventually the circle starts to close in, and then maybe shortly we can start to get a little bit of action again. In 37 seconds, actually 3 and 35, 3 minutes and 35 seconds, the circle is going to start to close. That is a lot of time, and I promise you, these teams are not going to move until that circle actually starts to close in.
The circle is still like a long way before it actually closes in. So we still have time for the teams to engage, to fight, to find out where they want to go, where they do not want to go, because it's just been 8 minutes. The first stage is going to come around in 11 minutes marker, 11 to 12 minutes marker. That is what I've deduced. But aside from all of this, with the time, with the so much time given out to the teams, I think it's time to talk about all these possibilities that the teams can actually go around. We have already seen the early stages of the fights, but the rest of the fights, the rest of the engagements that we still have to see throughout the games, HORZ is a team that is looking promising with their rotations and everything, the way they are stiffly moving every 3 players, but I'm still worried about the 4th player. He got finished off and he's offline. Whether he joined as an offline player and got finished off into the water or something like that, or somebody got that elimination. In that time, if that's the case, then the rest of the teams, they're kind of fumbling at this point in time. They need to step up on their momentum. They need to stand together, not move too much further away from each other's placement so they can actually give out cover. And at the same time, the rest of the teams, it's basically the same stuff for every single one of them. Anyone who's outside of the circle at this point needs to move ASAP inside, because from stage number 1 to stage number 2, yes, the stage number 1 gives you enough time, but as soon as the stage number 2 hits, that's a very small radius.
Yeah, it is. You can't deny that, especially on this map. So eventually going to start having to start moving. So we are going to hit the 10-minute mark very soon. 10 minutes in, and we've only seen a tiny bit of the action that we got to see yesterday. So these teams are taking it a little bit slower than we kind of used to, and they're just taking their time to get ready for the eventual second close in. And if I'm not mistaken, we still have about a minute for that one to go and happen. So it's about we're gonna have to wait for lucky competitions, and now we're gonna find what happened finally. That's gonna be 1 kill, knocked down, but not the kill confirmed. So the same fight happening now. Latin finally gets dropped, and General was the one who puts him down first. You're Majestic, you're gonna get the info given out, so you see the player there, but you're trying to get the cross map behind the vehicle, but you're not gonna find any shot to connect. But now they know exactly where you are, so information has been given out. And it's all down to whatever move you're going to be making next. Nades are going to get thrown. I think a hero could go found there, but not the actual confirmation. So just a nade throw first. Now look at the nades. Oh my god, those are beautiful trajectories, my friend.
Those are some beautiful trajectories, that is for sure. But so far, it is the legacy. VANTA's legacy, VANTA legacy. They are scattered around the premises. One is on the Rozak Hill, the other one is inside the Rozak. The third one is entering inside that Rozak. What is going on with this team? And they're still maintaining that integrity, and they're trying to take the fight. But there we go. One player, Fak, in fact, has been knocked out, and he will be finished. And I think he's going to be stolen away by the hand of Wollet, in fact, and that's exactly what's going to happen. WOL came around. They just rammed down that car upon the player and stole that elimination away from the players. And that is one good thing Wolves have done for themselves. That's one elimination. That's a momentum that they were in really need of before getting into a fight.
Yes, man. Circle now closed in. Stage 2, we currently are in. The sniper here for Ando looking to get a single pin zone there. I think he's aware Majestic is in the house. He's trying to get a single. Oh, that's not a sniper. I think they're back. He's that's the 3-time scope. He's trying to probably find any value whatsoever. He don't have the information the players in the house, I'm pretty sure, but just can't really connect any shots whatsoever. So a lot of teams around this corner now, this building. It's going to come down to who's going to find who first. A lot of potential action we might go and see. Obviously, sweatier here. Yeah, I'm opening it tomorrow. General is close by in the building. There's a player on top there. He's going to probably get chased on here. He's going to jump down first, and nobody falls. And Majestic with the very first kill. The confirmation might come through, the knockdown rather. And now there's a fight coming here. Is that a shotgun? First he has to climb through those stairs. Dangerous move if you go through those stairs. Very, very risky move there. The nade in hand, and oh my freaking god. So he fights him fast and puts him down there. And here we go. We're finally getting the action we so badly wanted, Torix.
Oh yeah, that's the engagement that we are all were waiting for. Freestyle comes around, takes 3 eliminations. One player still knocked out, the other one has been finished off, but there are more cars, there are more vehicles around the premises, and the players, it is a vast majority of the players that is at the Rozhok at this point in time. It's a 3-way deadlock. Anode is the only guy that is on top of the mountain, and he is trying to make sure that he do not engage in any of the fights, and he lets like VANTA and Wolves and all the other Freestyle, in fact, take the fight for themselves, and at the end of the day, whosoever like gets remained, he can actually rush up upon the players. But Wolves Esports, they are not making moves so far. Freestyle is also going to lose another one of their players, and they're going to be down to the last 2 so far. In 14 almost minutes, we have only lost 1 full team. Aside from that, the rest of the teams, it's 15 teams alive, they've just lost their players. Not a full finisher on the teams, but still alive with either a 1 or a 2 player party.
Well, 15 more terms, and Killfed result gets put down. Mr. IGE will find him first. Have 48 players here, 40 minute mark. About to get to that halfway point, 15 minutes. So, and this is eventually things are gonna start to get a little bit more tense. So players are gonna get restricted in 30 seconds. So that's the time where you wanna have in your mind. Now, Mr. IGL falls. The trade found him. He did find one first though. And there's a lot of action happening now between these two sides. And here we go again. One more kill found is gonna be Smiley putting the boy down. Boy alone gets put down. He might actually be alone. It's not a wipeout. There's still one more player for their side. And now a dance happening. Freestyle, lose a player. So who's going to get put down on that kill fed? And they're still going. Man, boy alone finding Bonnie there. So to put him down. And this is just all the way through to who's going to get wiped out here fast. And answer by coming soon. My God, look at that. Alone Esports are going to fall.
That is the true case. Alone just fell down. That's the second team that just got wiped out of the existence for the match number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our second wipeout of the day, of the match, off the match number 1. But still, there are still 14 more teams. There's still a vast majority of the teams still trying to take those engagements, the fights, everything that they can for themselves. And we're just waiting for that fight to actually happen. Engage in all of its entirety. TikTok Titans. Another name, a new name this time around. We have to see what they are capable of doing at this point. So far, they're close to the proximity of the school apartments, and they're on the outskirts. But there was another team. S1 was there. The fight could have happened, but they decided not to do that. They were like, yeah, let's just engage, and we can definitely take the fight at the end stages. Not right now. P Guidance outside of the circle, near the team MZ1, and ready to take that action in the own hand. With that red dot, M416, he's ready to take at least 1 player down, knocked out, because this is just that much of an open space.
It is. Seconds closing in, by the way. There's a little damage being done. I wouldn't say a lot, but if he was back in the 20-25 minute mark, I'd say it was a lot, but at the moment. But I think that the first thing we saw today was HORZ Esports, and I thought it was Horn Legends. I was about to call them Horn. I was about to ask you, Charles, did they just change their name in between 24 hours? Because I just found out, of course, it's a whole new set of teams here, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. 14 teams left, only 2 put down, and 16 minutes on that clock. So if you're the side of NXR, though, you haven't gotten a single elimination quite yet. You have, I mean, you're probably playing for, playing a little bit careful here, waiting to get the right time and to get those fights in. You don't want to be too confident. We did say that earlier on. You don't want to be too aggressive. You want to make sure you're only taking fights that come to you and that actually worth taking. And so far, so good. Neither Rain haven't found any reason whatsoever to go and engage in anything. But right now, they're trying to get a couple cross maps there. And Iceman, I think, is going to get the info for his side. But nobody's taking any aggressive fights. Just playing it safe and playing it careful.
Oh yeah, they're playing it safe, they're playing it careful, and they are trying to make sure that they are the ones staying on the top. So far, I do have to give it to the fact that the like UNDP, VANTA, they're doing a good job. They're surviving, they're staying alive, and that is exactly what you need. But as the time progresses, you don't have enough spaces to like cement your positions inside of that circle. You have to take that fight. You have to take that engagement one way or another. If you're not careful, it's definitely going to be a very risky move that can maybe put you in a very dangerous spot. But MZANSI, they are like close to the proximity of the circle, but still not inside of that area where they have to like put themselves in a dangerous placement, dangerous location, and they can still like chill out at this point in time and not make too much of the moves.
Yeah, just take it step by step. Don't. I mean, nobody wants to be aggressive. Nobody wants to make too many moves here. That's for sure. Like you did say earlier on. So the teams are just taking a bit of time and making anything work. The TikTok Titans, though, I want to go and see them get a little bit Titanic here. They've been able to get one elimination on their side. It's going to be from Zaidi. Can they get a lot more, though? I mean, the name is legit TikTok Titans. Can they show me a little bit of that Titan energy? I really want to go and see that. But there's nobody around them. Freestyle left 2 players, Sahil and Toxic. Just, you know, staying close to each other here. I mean, you all I have, and I'm all you have. We might as well stick together to this one. We are now almost at the 90-minute mark, and we are about to go towards that 20-minute mark. And of course, stage 3 about to be done as well. And we are about to start into stage 4. So, I mean, any moment from now, things are going to start getting very tense and very, very heated up and very fast. We're going to see a lot of gunfights fly, a lot of nades and a lot of smokes, and potentially a lot of eliminations as well.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of eliminations. That I can tell you for sure. But you know what else is going to be there? There's going to be a lot of third parties around the equation. That I can tell you for sure. If there's still this kind of like an engagement happening throughout the series, throughout the time. But Undisputed Prime, so far they are in prime. They are at their prime. Still not going for the fights that we were expecting them to go. And that is one thing that I'm more like excited about. That the more these players that not get into the fight, the more like amazing, I'd say, in my opinion, that last fights are going to become. Those final fights are going to be engaged as. So that is what I want to see. That is what I want to have. Those 3-way, 4-way, 5-way parties going back and forth against each other. Never Blaze gets knocked out by the Neon X. There's HORZ Esports GOAT that just got knocked out. That Erwin is down, and Captain Erwin, he is knocked out alongside of the Emperor. Emperor, Erwin, both down. HORZ kind of in a panic situation because now they're down to the very last guy, and that guy is in the car. He's in a vehicle. If he's not careful, he can be taken out of the vehicle as well. It's not going to be too much of a difficult situation, and it's not going to be too much of that like placement where you will have the chance of going from one direction to the other. No. You make the wrong move, and you're going to get punished because of that.
Yeah, the second half starts to close in 12, counting down very fast, and there's a lot of teams around in the open. I've got no idea why they're taking the open floor. I don't know if Neon Outlaws was AFK or that, where exactly that was, but yeah, I just think he was maybe testing his luck out there a little bit too much. It's going to be a resurrection here, trying to save his teammate from dying. But 13 more teams, we have one more white power, by the way, 37 more players currently in that stage 4. Look at the circle closing in, and all the players, well, I mean, they are close to the circle. And this is what we did talk about, you know, you don't want to be too aggressive, you know, but at the same time, you don't want to be anywhere outside the circle, the main circle at the top, because it's going to start to get very bad. You probably, if you don't have a vehicle to move with, eventually, you're going to get caught outside the play zone, and that could be really bad for your team as well, because there's going to be teams inside the play zone waiting for you to make your move towards it, and then you're going to get put down and be caught in the crossfire. But so far, so good, though. 13 more teams, 37 players, and we are currently in the stage 4 of this game, making our way to a stage 5, where things are going to start getting very, very heated up.
Oh yeah, everything's going to be heated up at this point in time. That I can tell you for sure. And that, I all blame it to the circle. I all blame it to the circle with the S12K from Tyler Go. That was a good move. He did a 1 knockdown. Almost the second one was eliminated. But still, he got finished off. And Sierra 1 Esports takes that win, takes that elimination for their own self. They have a decent amount of eliminations now. Sierra 1, S1 with the 2 eliminations, 3-man standing. They're kind of chill, but Team VANTA, they are done. They are gone with a 7 elimination this time in this match. It's a great start. It's a great engagement and the opening act from their side. But they have to maintain this kind of an act throughout the games now. They have to maintain the 10, 12 elimination games by the end of the 6 games. Because if they want to go into the grand finals, the threshold has just got even higher. We were expecting that, okay, same teams were going to play 2 days. No, it's different teams on different days. Day number 1, it's done. The top 8 are gone forward, have gone forward. But now it's time for you to make your way into the top 8 if you want to qualify.
That's it. I mean, you saw VANTA. They were holding down the game with the most eliminations, but now they've been wiped out. So they do have 7 points, but they are going to be getting absolutely 0 placement points, and that's going to be ultimately not good for them. So I mean, you might want to be having eliminations. Look at that man finding a player outside the play zone there. My help might be able to get that kill. It's going to get thrown. Still, he might be able to get that finish off, but there's a very cool close by for the player just running away with his dead life. And still the play zone there, though. By the way, he still has 2 more players. I don't think he sees them. I think he knows. I'm not really sure, but he's going to confirm that one. Of course, the play zone helping, majorly helping there. Confirms the kill. There's 2 more players, and this might be a wipeout. If you're P Guardians, you don't want to leave that cover because they know exactly where you are. If you make any move whatsoever, you're going to get put down. Except, of course, if you're Neon Outlaws, you want to go and rotate and leave that play zone. But eventually, though, you can still use this zone to your advantage and probably get 1 more elimination, 1 more wipeout for your side, and of course, way more kills on your name. When you have 6, you can get a lot more.
Oh, you definitely are going to get a lot more, but Wolves Esports, they are gone. Ladies and gentlemen, they are done. OTEC is also another team that is super low on that HP. They make a wrong move and they're gonna pay with their own lives, the full team elimination, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. OTEC just gets finished off out of the game. OBK is another team, is another name that is kind of in a panic situation. P Guidance is also gone. Z got a damage from the grenade, and that splash damage was enough to take him down. It's a knockdown, not a confirmation, but look at those elimination numbers that's happening back and forth. The back and forth, I think we just lost 4 or 5 teams back to back in a single engagement while we were looking at just 1 team. While the bros down to the last guy, that is Zakib at this point, and Zakib, everything is on this person. Everything is on this guy, and he's cooking that grenade. And let him cook. But is he going to overcook or not? That's the question. The player almost had the grenade on the face of his opponents, but unfortunately, he was not able to do that. Iceman, that grenade was ice cold, but still, it did not do any damage. That was a splash, and that's gone. It's over. Zakib gets finished off while the bros are out of the game.
Yeah, 6 more teams, and this is the final zone. It might just be the final zone. It's not the final stage, yes, but it might be the final second because all the teams here are very close, and it's all down to who's going to overextend and who's going to get punished first. You have 6 more teams, and if you're Neon so far, you've got 10 eliminations on the board. You've got the most, and you might as well make something out of it. Blob, on the other hand, on 3. I mean, everybody right now in the last 6 teams have eliminations to their names, and they all also already have placement points. So no matter what happens, they are looking good for some solid points right now in the very first map. And we're trying to get a couple more. If you're Team Freestyle, you probably have about just 2 more players, and that's going to be Silent Toxic. Nelson might get the info now. Trying to leave that circle, come close towards the actual play zone. But we're going to have Neon Outlaws around this one, doing a lot of nades. Melton in the very bad spot. I think they know exactly where the man's going to come from. Oh, he's going to get knocked out there. And that guy puts him down with a nade, the nasty connection found. And if you're, of course, Freestyle, Sahil, Toxic in the building, they need to make that rotation out of that circle eventually. But they are in a very bad spot. I don't think they have what it takes to make that move. This player's close to them. Just trying to get across map, trying to get info where the opponents are before they leave that building for sure. Yeah, Dorix.
Oh, yeah, that is for sure. He is trying. He is making sure that he tries to get all that engagement for himself, but he's unfortunately not going to be able to. Spidey comes around, takes down double 3 baby. At that point in time, he gets a finisher on the guy. That's 4 eliminations. So far, the maximum elimination we are seeing in this lobby is 11 by the team Neon. TikTok They are close to BPX, and they're throwing those grenades, which are actually connecting, and they are making some decent damage upon the players. Another splash damage goes around. The player's still alive, and he's still giving that rescue to his opponents. But there we go. BPX, Malefic comes in and gets a knockdown. BPX kind of making an engagement, a retaliation. They're making sure that if they're getting hurt, they're hurting the other team back with the same force. Alpha is prone down, and toxic location, I think, has been revealed out by the opponent's team player, because he just gave out the location that, yes, he is near the car. If you can throw that grenade at this trajectory, he will definitely go down. But the main question still remains, does he have any kind of grenades, any throwables? And the answer is yes, Alpha is throwing a grenade. Is it going to connect? Even on the backside, Malefic comes around, and Malefic comes in, takes down Zaddy alongside of the second player of TikTok guys. TikTok guys, they're losing their players back and forth. TikTok Titans, they are being stampeded upon, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They've been stomped upon, and they're done, and they are gone. We're down to the top 4.
Top 4 teams, and here we go. It's a little 2v1v2v3, but I mean, for Blood Pact, I would say there's one player, because the other 2 players are critically low. If you don't have any heal ups, then this might not be the best call for them right now. Neon Outlaws, on the other hand, so far, they've been just very important. This guy has been finding nades over and over and over again. And if you're toxic now, you're in between a rock and a hard place, and he's going to get put down there. Finally, he falls. Outlaws, it's going to be that guy. He's not that guy, but he might be that guy. It's a course map. One more kill found. Spidey falls, and if you're that guy, you already have 5 eliminations on the board for your side. And Neon Outlaws are going to have 14. 2 final teams, a 2v2. It all comes down to this.
Oh, it definitely all comes down to this. It is the final engagement, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to see the winner of a chicken in a short while. It is a Neon versus Blood Pact. And Neon just threw a grenade, which ultimately is going to reach the player, but still not enough that the player can get eliminated. That is one thing for sure. It's 2 versus 2. Whoever runs out of the grenades and runs out of the placement is definitely going to lose. But the main concerning part is Neon Outlaws. They have to move inside of that circle. They have to move in the circle. That 4 meter, 10 meter can be detrimental. The moment you're going to step up, you're going to be placed down with those utilities and maybe even the sprays that can come around. Toxic is in at one tree. The other guy, that is a Malefic, he's on the other tree. So with the upper advantage of the location, they have the upper advantage. That's one thing for sure. But Neon X, they have the placement advantage, because even if they move slowly and steadily forward, it's just that much of a tall grass that you may not find your opponents at this point in time. And by that time, you're going to realize that, okay, somebody's close to me. It might already be over.
It just might be. And I mean, Blood Pact having a little bit of a surveillance job here for their side. Just waiting to see anybody pit through that grass, and they can give out the info to get them put down. And like you did say, though, the grass is actually very tall. It's going to be hard to see anybody through it. And now you're going to see them having to move eventually. The circle's going to start closing in. So you want to be around the circle and make sure you're not outside of it. Because if you're anywhere outside there, you're just going to get shot down. Toxic. It's coming a little bit close. This is not looking good for the man. Nades are going to get thrown. Outlaws. I'm trying to get any nades they can find. And not that guy is the one that, I mean, if he throws a nade, you know the nade might most likely go to connect and hit somebody for sure. And he's still having a lot of nade throws. And now you can see the circle is going to start closing in less than 30 seconds. So now, if you're Toxic or Malefic, you're in a very bad spot. You're eventually going to have to move. The Neon Outlaws, they have the better spot here. They've got a grass also hiding them as well. Smokes are being tossed. Nades are being tossed. No balance being found. Not that guy. They're still making that move slowly in, but surely. And look at the aerial view. Here we go. It's all down to this one. Eventually, we're going to have to start giving our positions here. And Toxic might be the first to get engagements. He might be lucky. If he can just stand back correctly, he might be able to pick out 2 players.
Oh, he definitely can take out the 2 players, but the main question is, how much eliminations are he going to have? That's the thing. Neon X finally takes down a 1, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Team Blood Pact. Situation is not looking good for you guys, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to get shot, and it's all over. Blood Pact out of the game, and Neon with that winner chicken dinner of the match number 1. An amazing end to an amazing start by this team. They did a good and a decent, amazing job.
Winner, chicken dinner. I really love that phrase, that sentence. And that's I mean, we lost it more than the team that actually just won it. Yon Outlaws. It's going to be their map. Map 1 is going to be theirs. Eliminations, of course, were not that guy. 6 on the board for him. He was just doing everything. He was. I mean, oh, we do have not that guy, and then we have that guy on the same team. Wow, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
That is the winner chicken dinner, and that is the match stats going on. Those are some juicy elimination numbers. 15, maybe 16. I think I saw that in total. But going on to the match MVP, it is 6 eliminations for the side of Neon Outlaws, and not that guy. 694 damage, 3 knocks, 1 assist, 95 heal. Wait a minute. Out of all the 6 eliminations he got, he only healed once, fully. He only healed fully once. Aside from that, he did not heal whatsoever. 31 minutes of survival time, almost 32 minutes of survival time. This guy has pulled out this game.
He was amazing. We saw him just getting, I'm pretty sure out of those 6 kills, about 50 to 60% of those kills were definitely nade throws. He was just getting nade throws after nade throws, perfectly connected every single time. And of course, moving on to the match summary here, 59 eliminations. I think this is the lowest we've seen so far in the whole event from match day 1 and of course into match day 2. 12,000 total damage, 421,000. Okay, this might be the most. 421.99. This might be the most distance driven so far. These guys do love their cars. 11 headshots and a survival time of 21 minutes, 21 hours rather, for every single player in the lobby. 15 total revives. So I mean, not a lot of revives for the whole matchup here, but the eliminations and the knockdowns are exactly on a tally, 59 to 59.
Oh, that is a good number. That is a very good number. But going on to the match standing, ladies and gentlemen, this is the complete summary of the match number 1. How many points, how many eliminations anyone got? This is the page to see that. Neon Outlaws got 16 eliminations. Bloodpack with the 8 alongside of Undisputed Prime. 4 for the Freestylers with a total of 8 points. This time, at least, I'm seeing a decent drop. The first 2 teams, okay, it's 26-14. The third one, this time, at least for today, we're seeing them also having double-digit points. 13 for them. Freestyle with the 8, alongside of TikTok Titans, Sierra 1 with the 7, and so on. But the second page is where the real cookie's crumbling. HORZ, OTEC, Nova alone. These 4 teams has not a single placement, neither any kind of engagement or the elimination points.
Yeah, but not their dream starting the lobby like that whatsoever. I think they're gonna have to sit up if they want to have any chance in the next 5. But again, it's 6 maps, it's 6 whole maps. This is just map 1. We have 5 more exciting maps to go through. So if you're idle of these games, you really cannot be dismayed quite yet. Of course, you were not wrong. It's Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, Erangel again, Miramar, and Rondo. So it's our classic. But I mean, map 1 is done. We are headed up into that Miramar map. And I mean, what we saw yesterday on the map, it was absolutely chaotic. And we get a chance to go and see it again on a different set of players and a different set of teams on the exact same map.
Oh, that is absolutely true. But you have to know about the one fact. It is that still 5 more matches are remaining. I'm still waiting for the Rondo. I'm still waiting for the Miramar. That first set, that first 3 matches determine that, okay, this is the pace that the teams are going on. So we have to see what those next 2 matches are going to bring us. But before we even go to the next match, we have to go, as usual, for a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Stay here. Stay connected on us. And we will see you after this highlight break. Today to top 8 from yesterday and qualified for the grand finals. We just got that information. So that Opus got most out of the game and decided to go for the show.
get restricted in that's the time when I have to fight down. It's like trade farm.
You're going to get punished.
Second half goes into counting down.
That I always believe is the same. I always
finish off. It's a very good third one. Glad you were wondering if they alive.
for a low that HP to make it just got that confirmation. No rack smoker just got mowed out of the game and tried to no jump around and did a lot of damage. Blew up that
running away when he's dead alive and still the
people are low on that HP to make the wrong move and pay with that is kind of like a panic situation. He died out of all the guns, he got damage from the grenades, still it was not damage splash, it's hold
this one didn't go
qualified for grand finals. We just got that confirmation. No rack, just got mowed out on the game and decided no did a lot of damage. Umpire did not made any kind of connection to the background. He blew up that game.
And they you find something about that. They're restricted in place signature. That's the first time we're going to have to fight now. It's IGE trade farm.
You're going to get punished. Time that I can tell you for sure. That I finals. We just got that confirmation. Go rack smoker. He just got mowed out of the game and decided to go to the round with the connections. Did a lot of damage. Umpire did not made any kind of connection this time around. He blew up that again.
That's the first time we're having right now. It's trade farm.
top 8 from yesterday. They have qualified for grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back like we told you after a short break. I hope you enjoyed the highlights. Once again, it is I, Torix. With me, it is Tori. He's just missing an X at this point, and he's going to be the next to me, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, match number 1 is done. Match number 2, on the other hand, it's going to bring a lot of destructions. That I can tell you one thing for sure, because the way this match 1 actually played out, at least there were 3 teams that were doing an absolute beast kind of a performance.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw that in the top 3 starts, especially number 1 team there. You saw Neon Outlaws, they had 26 points. The next team had 14, almost double the points, is what Neon Outlaws have. Not too comfortable in the cushion, but however, it is a cushion. So, but if you're Neon Outlaws, you don't want to get comfortable, you don't want to get complacent. We saw that with Africa on the games yesterday. They got the first map, and they might have gotten a little bit too comfortable in Miramar, and we just saw, Team Pride say, all right, bet, we are going to pick up the mantle, and they picked it up particularly well. So if you're Team Outlaws right now, Team Leon, you want to make sure you stay locked in. You've won the first map. You just need to make sure you're getting as much placement points you possibly can, and of course as much kills or eliminations as you can on map 2 and the rest of the evening or afternoon or even morning, wherever you're watching this from for today, bro. Then map 2, Miramar. What do you think about this map, Torix?
Miramar. After Erangel, a change of pace is always a good thing for the teams and for the players too at that point, because from fast pace, I'd say medium pace, to a slow pace map, it's always good. But the way these teams are playing, I don't think we're going to see any kind of slow pace Miramar this time around. We're definitely going to see an engagement-ish Miramar, and we're definitely going to see a lot of destructions from this Miramar too. But it all depends on how the players are going to go and where the plane line is actually going to take them. If the plane line takes them to isolated locations where not a lot of them can go, we're definitely going to see a lot of the fights, a lot of the engagements, right? But if the plane line is good to the teams, good to the players, where they can go to their designated locations and everything, I think we can safely say that it might be a slow-paced Miramar if that's the occasion.
Yeah, more a bit slow because I really want to go and see a fast-paced game. I mean, on Erangel, from what we saw there, about the first 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes was really slow, and it was just, teams started getting that loot all the way through, trying to get their farms up, trying to get the hills up, the nades and the smokes. Especially, I'm pretty sure Neon Outlaws, the one thing not that guy was doing was getting as many nades as he possibly could get in his backpack, because you saw the man throwing so many nades and getting about 43 nade kills out of the 6 he actually got. So yeah, I mean, I'm very, very sure that's one thing they also want to go and do in Miramar. So go on farm, get ready for the map to actually go and start. When things start to get heated up, we can start to show how farmed and how ready we are for the confrontation. But in the meantime, we are expecting to see a bit of an action. Of course, those lower placed teams, we want to see them get a bit of a rise up, because I mean, the one thing about it, that was map 1. It might have not been your map, but you can always find a way to get a little bit of momentum back in a different map, especially on a map like Miramar. So if you're on the bottom 5, you still have what it takes to find a way to get on the top 5 to top 10 teams right now.
I mean, I am telling you, this is the right time to start with that engagement and the fights. Because if you want to go into the top 5, top 8, you have to start here. You have to start from right now, because as soon as the 3rd match is going to end, the 4th match is going to go halfway, there is no way of making a comeback from that, in my opinion. I can be wrong, though, because I have been wrong the whole day of yesterday. So I can be wrong on that. So whatever the case is, whatever the teams are going to play it out, we have to see what's going to happen, how the Miramar is going to play out, how the Rondo after that is going to be played, because Rondo usually is the one with the highest elimination number map for everybody, not just a single team, not just two teams, at least 3 to 4 teams in that match. We can safely assume gets 100, like 10, 12, even 7 to 8 eliminations.
Yeah, we definitely know that. We did see that yesterday. I think that was our first high kill elimination by a single team, 23. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Team Pride. And we saw everybody else get 17, 15, or 14. It was really a lot of kills coming through. And Miramar, and of course Rondo. And I mean, our highest kills for the whole day yesterday was also on Rondo, and that was 24 by 2 All-Stars. So, well, we're looking forward to seeing something like that happen again today on Miramar, especially on Miramar, as we make our way to the Rondo map as well. But I mean, right now, I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of kills. We did see Neon Outlaws drop. Was it 16 kills? Yes, it was 16 kills. They really were going all out on the eliminations. And the map like Miramar, you'd expect them to get a lot more. So, here we go. The plane simulation. Now we are going to be landing into the actual map itself. And if you're Neon Outlaws, there's going to be a lot of eyes on you. Arguably a little bounty in your head as well. Teams are going to want to put you down. So, can you make it through once again to get that winner chicken dinner?
The fight for the winner chicken dinner starts once again. At this point, and from this point onward, it is time for you to drop at your designated location. So far, I don't think the designated locations are for the teams because this plane line is favoring a lot of the western side areas, the Chumacera, the Valle del Mar, the El Pozo, the Monte Nuevo, and the Picado areas too. Okay, I'd say it's 30 to 40% areas that are accessible for the teams where the teams do drop, but the rest of the 60% of the areas where nobody even go, that are the places that you really need to gather for yourself as soon as possible.
Yeah, we did see that on Erangel where teams were just spread out around the whole map, just trying to get their farm up. So I'm pretty sure that's probably the exact same thing we're going to see for this map. So teams are just going to go across those areas where you wouldn't really expect teams to be at. They want to go there, go and get farms, go and get their equipment and everything they need, the weapons, the utilities they need to bag, of course, towards the late game and the mid game. So I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of teams are going to have in Echo. But of course, 17 teams are going to load in with a total of 66 players as stage 1 starts to count, and we are yet to see our first elimination. Well, they're still flying down, Tommy. Calm down. Why have lost strikes? Okay. In the meantime, though, teams are going to start dropping down. And here we go, guys. It's the semi-finals too, and it's match 2 out of 6. I mean, I think today's games have been a lot faster than yesterday. By this time yesterday, we probably just had finished game 1, and we were kind of trying to... The game did take a little bit longer, but the games are happening so much closer than yesterday, and I'm loving it so far. Match 2 starts, and of course, the farming simulation, as I like to call it, teams drop, and they start to get all their loot up, and they start to get, the utilities and the weapons backed up before they go and start looking for openings to go and put down. The eliminations are important, but I mean, the most important thing is going to be that placement. But now the first flood happens, and it's going to be a player, Blade, getting put down there, and that cannot be good for his side. But I mean, you can look at team number 20, mind you, on the scoreboard right now, on the table, who did happen to load in, but that they are number 20, and 3 teams that did not load in are currently above them. That is not a good look at all for them. So if you're KRMU, you want to find the way out to get your placement up, get your eliminations up as well, so you can leave that place number 20 for sure. But so far, so good. Players are going to fall. 2 players have fallen, and we have, of course, a little more action coming through. The teams are still getting a little bit farmier. Boy alone for team alone. Gonna get one more kill. Smiley gets put down. Everybody down. We're gonna start. We are gonna be restricting the plays in 3 minutes. That's a lot of time to go into a stage 2 and quantum rage. They've got Hamodi. He's gonna get 1 kill there, but he get a double. My freaking god! How, Dorix? How?
Quantum Rage, MU, Hamoudi. This guy is on a different breed at this point in time. The way he just got 2 eliminations with that AKM single spray. It's amazing. It's amazing. But he's also the solo player in this particular location. So if somebody comes around from the backside, he's kind of messed up at that point in time. He's still looting all that ammo that he can possibly get for yourself. and he can get. But Goblin in this area, in this location, he is one of the players that can potentially take the player down if he's careful enough. If he takes that momentum and he utilizes that momentum all the way for himself, he needs to make sure that he does not make any kind of wrong moves. But there we go. The DBS shots are coming around the premises. The player knows that somebody is in the close vicinity. If he's not careful of the place, he can lose all that placement that he has secured so far for himself. The rest of the players, Rex is also coming. Zeddy is in the way. Hamoudi once again with the DBS this time. He's closing in. That DBS is going to connect. He's going to get the third one, but still, he's going to get taken down. And Hamoudi, he's almost on the verge of being eliminated. Zeddy now needs to push or needs to get for the rescue, but Goblin comes around and saves T-Rex at that time and just takes out the rest of the Quantum Rage MU.
Yep. I mean, we saw Hamoudi just doing so many diabolical things there in that 1v2, and the universe said, okay, bet, you're going to get put down for that, and he's going to get shot down finally, and the team is wiped out. But, I mean, they did show up, they did fight back, just not in between throwing enough punches that we're going to land. But right now, we have 15 more teams out of 17 that did load in, so 2 teams already wiped out, already put down, and we have 15 more that are trying to get themselves some placement points and, of course, some very well-deserved eliminations on the board before we go into our map 3. But so far, so good. Miramar is giving me all the action that I thought I was going to go and get.
Oh yeah, the Miramar is definitely showing us all that engagement that we really, really wanted to see. No matter the circumstances, no matter if the lobby was slow or fast, we wanted to see action, and Miramar is showing us that action in 4K HD at this point in time. We're seeing a lot of engagements. We're seeing a lot of fights happening throughout the journey. So far, HORZ is another team that is close to the proximity of the team RAG, Royal Academy. And Royal Academy, if they're not careful enough of this area, there is that slight possibility, not too much, but that slight possibility that they can take the player down and the opponent can also take some of the players down.
And something we're going to be looking forward to. 15 more teams, by the way. There's a couple of teams around this area. Who's esports are going to know? Smoker, I think, a bit of a confrontation on that map. You need to check every corner possible, by the way. Don't forget that. You're going to see Emperor trying to just use the scope to scan the whole area, look at the doors and the windows, behind the tankers as well, behind the containers there, to see if he can get any sort of information to give to his teammates and have them prepare for what could be a possible wipeout of an opponent squad, maybe even their squad. But so far, it's a little bit quiet in this desert area. Who's going to be putting down first? We see a lot of smokes are being thrown, so you do know there's an opponent team around you. You just need to figure out exactly where they are, pinpoint their location, and partly you can go and get that push together as a team.
I mean, going and pushing together, I think that also contradicts itself because you're pushing, it's a double-edged sword at that point, because Miramar is such that open area zone that whatever you're doing, if you're pushing, you're doing it wrong. You need to make sure that the other team pushes on you first. You take one down, and then you push upon the rest of the players and just dominate them out of the equation.
Important. OZ Sports. We do have Erwin. He's just looking for any information whatsoever. Royal Academy, but the team that gave you nostalgia and he did get wiped out as soon as you went to go and say that. And I just say nostalgia again, they might be getting wiped out. I don't want to go and jinx them, chat. We're going to have to not use that word anymore on Royal Academy. But Yang is here, Tams is here. And they're just playing it, just prone, looking forward. They don't want to be the first to engage you. You don't want to, get too aggressive, and then it might cost you your whole team's life. So you want to make sure you let the opponents come to you first, but you know exactly where they are. So scan properly and carefully, but at the same time, be ready for a possible confrontation. And again, the HORZ Empire side, do you know there's an opponent around them? Tams might be the first to get that info given out, but Emperor might be able to get a flank to walk through. But I do see Smoke potentially waiting for a flank. So if you come from behind, he might be able to get that info given out as well. No smoke still being thrown, but I think we're just going to be here for the next 10 minutes and nobody's going to die. I think I lied. As we're going to see Tams falls first.
Ouch, that's a Tams knockdown right there, and HORZ is coming in for that engagement. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. You need to knock down a player and then rush upon the rest of the team. You can't just blindly push at one place in time and just think that, okay, this is going to work, this is going to work. And no, it's never going to work if you're thinking like that. But fortunately, Tams just got revived. Oh, the hammer. He actually got a headshot on Yag at that point, Young at that point. If he had like sprayed it out, bursted the spray out, he could have had that elimination. But the back shot from the backside, that DBS, it's definitely going to connect. Smoker is also in the close vicinity, and he takes down 2, not just 1, but he takes down 2. Gets on the container, once again, takes a peek, shoot at the players. He did get greedy in eliminating the player that he knocked down, and that's exactly what's going to cost him his life as well. Now the fight is a 2 versus 1. The grenades are coming in, and that knockdown guy, that was Irvin, he has been finished off. Young cooking another grenade. You want to make sure that the player that were knocked out, they get finished up. Young at least secured 1 elimination for the team, but now Young gets finished up and it's all over. HORZ Esports just secured that elimination against the Royal Academy and just won that fight fair and square.
Yeah, and other side of the map here, in the Young Outlaws, the last time we saw them, 16 eliminations on the board for their team in the map 1. Then map 2 right now, they already have 3, so not too far away from that mark. I think I lied, that's really far, but anyways, the game just started, there's still a lot of time on the clock. 10-minute mark already finally crossed, and we are about to go into that stage 2. 53 more seconds on that clock till the play zone starts to get restricted and close in. So, but I mean, it's still too early to go and say teams have to move into the circle. I think they know that already, and at this point, I'm just sounding like a broken record. So we're just going to let them do what they think is best and what they want to go and do. But right now, we have 13 teams out of 17. 4 teams already got wiped out, and if you every other team left, you want to try and play at least to get placement points while you also look for eliminations on the board for your side.
Yeah, those elimination numbers are a must. Whether you're surviving, whether you're going for those eliminations, I think elimination matters more in this kind of a lobby than the survivability, because where survival gets you like 10 points if you get the winner chicken dinner, the elimination-wise number, if you just eliminate 2 teams, that's close to the proximity of almost 2 a winner chicken dinner. That's 8 points waiting for you if you get that like double eliminations, double team wipeouts into the proximity. But at the end of the day, it's the preference of the teams, how they want to play it out, how they want to go at it, and whatever the case is, I think it's time for the players to like start engaging, start going for those fights and everything, because now the situation is kind of going really haywire in all of its entirety. Why? Because now it is the state number 3 that's closing in. The state number 3 is already like a destructive zone inside of that Miramar match majority of the time, where you like have least possible locations and a lot of open areas. There's barely any place where you can survive in, that you can stay alive in. So it's better to like take that fight, take that engagement, rather than staying on that survivability, because we have seen this kind of lobby. We have seen how these players that go into the fights and how they survive, tend to survive in all of its entirety. And if that's the case, then we're going to see at least 14, 12, at least 13 teams into the state number 6.
Yeah, most likely, no doubt. So 13 teams are still standing, and I mean, I don't think they're looking to die anytime soon for sure. But now you're starting to drive in towards that play zone, and like you did say, stage 3 starts to get a little bit more wicked. So you don't want to be caught outside anywhere, near that unplayable zone. So you want to make sure you're getting in comfortable. Right now, Nova Rain, did see them pop off early in the last map, but eventually you just did get wiped out. So we were able to get a lot of placement points down, a lot of points for the map 1. But driving into a dead zone, this might be. There's 2 players around them. I don't think they know that. An actual team fight is going to be forced out. Well, I mean, you can just see this. It looks like it's going to be a careful game. There's nobody forcing any extensions. Boys already here, but they're not trying to give it out. TikTok Titans, we did expect a lot from them last map, but they didn't really deliver that quality. One player is getting knocked down just now. I don't know if that was by the play zone, by the way. I think it was. I'm hoping not, because I have warned you guys. Stop playing outside the freaking play zone. You can drive, you can walk. Look at the mini map. It's always there before it starts to close in. Go to the actual circle, but now blood bug. But let's try to get the cross map in there. There's a vehicle. If he explodes that, he might be able to get the kill, maybe, or the knockdown. but I don't think he's going to commit to that one. Smokes are being thrown, and there's a lot of bullets being shot and sprayed in this particular region right now.
So far, we are seeing the engagements, the sprays happening at real time. But one thing that I want to know in all of its entirety in all of these fights is the fact that who's going to win it over. Alone comes in, takes down Gyarados at this point, and that's a Pokemon going straight inside of that Pokeball right there and then. That's a knock, that's a finish. And now, once again, the rest of the team, they're going to switch out their players, their opponents, maybe take the fights in all of its entirety to see who's going to win it over and who might survive in this location. You make a wrong move, you live up to tell that it was a wrong move to the rest of the team, rest of the players, and the rest of the lobby.
No doubt. This mountain view, there's a lot of teams around here. His markers are being found. Team alone, boy alone, that again, a lot of damage being dealt to him, but it's going to be able to just spray down and save. And Toxic gets put down. So if you're a blood pact, you need to get a full call for reinforcement. Outlaws are going to get one more elimination, make that 5 now. And of course, it's not that guy leading the charge on a 3 elimination mark and looking for a lot more potentially. They've already got 5, and they have the highest in the whole lobby alongside the lone. We also have 5 eliminations for their side. So down to this one now. Leon Outlaws. Yeah, maybe sees Boy alone driving away. Leon X sees the man there. I don't think he wants to get that chase. Again, don't forget there's about 3 teams around you, so you don't want to be too aggressive and potentially get punished. They're in a very open spot. He might see the man behind him, Boy alone there. And somehow Boy alone is going to get put down, but he can be res, so his teammates close to him. But if you're a baby, 33 baby, looks like he wants to go for that, but not that guy, rather. He's going to find the kill again, and this guy has been absolutely ruthless the whole day long, and he's not looking like he can be stopped.
Oh, he's definitely not getting stopped anytime soon. That I can tell you for sure. But aside from all of this, aside from all of the engagement that is coming up, we still have 12 teams in the 16-minute marker. That I told you for sure. But 16 minutes, and wait a minute. State number 2? Something's going on. Something's fishy. Something's wrong, and I can feel it. But aside from all of this, the fights are happening. The engagements are definitely going through. The teams are going from one direction to the other one. They are making sure that the fights are going back and forth, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Even right now, the fights are happening. The fights are getting engaged. The shots are, but those knockdowns, those eliminations, those numbers that can rise up, get on those eliminations, they're not rising. They're not rising, and the state number 3, it's about to close down. There we go. Alone gets finished up. There is Champ, LZ, that gets finished up as well. That's 2 eliminations back to back. Third stage, it's a very chaotic one. Why? Because now nobody knows what's going to happen.
I really those, and you can just see this them. I mean, they've got 4 cars, 4 players, 1 car each. You don't know how cool that looks, you know. The whole squad made it. The whole squad made it together, and they have their 4 cars there in the hill, just looking for any action to find eventually and potentially. But so far, so good that we have 12 more teams left and 38 players in the entire lobby, and we are already at that 18-minute mark, and we are getting there rather. So, man, this is where things start to get a little bit tense. In the stage 3 zone is about to start closing, and we are about to make our way towards that stage 4 in 1 minute and 45 seconds. So, everybody left in the lobby right now, they have to make sure they're trying to get towards that actual playable zone, because you don't want to get caught out anywhere in that blue circle. It's going to be detrimental to your team, and of course, you might just get picked out by any team inside the already happening circle. And so far, so good. My man, Torix, Miramar is a lot slower than he was yesterday. We can't deny that.
That is true. That is true. Miramar is a lot slower. But I think Miramar was the first Miramar at the very least was the one where I predicted that we're going to go into, like, what, 27, 28-ish minute, and then we were like, what, 31 minute-ish on the marker, on the clock, and it's almost kind of the same deja vu that I'm getting if I'm going to predict, but wait a minute, there's a sandstorm going around near Sierra 1. They need to get inside of those compounds as soon as possible, because if not, ooh, that sandstorm's going to chip a lot of damage out of you. There's Sierra 1 just driving in their car, moving from one place to the other one in hopes to get a safe spot located for them. Circle-wise, they are good, but sandstone-wise, they're not good. And Nova Rain, in the meanwhile, gets a Blaze down, and with Blazes going down, that's a knock and a confirmation waiting to happen.
It is a confirmation about to happen. 37 more players, 12 more teams, and now King gets put down. VR are going to lose one more player, and I think he was their king, by the way. That's his name. So the Queen left alongside the children to go and defend their kingdom right now. But 12 more teams, don't forget. Mafi finds a kill there, clean kill. Milton gets put down. It's going to be a trade. Karma strikes instantly as well, and he's also going to get backstab. Jaw finds him and shuts him down as well now. So the back and forth are happening. Sierra 1 Esports. Do you have numbers around this house? But it's 3 teams, and if you're Zorg, you're the last player left for your side, you have to stay alive. You have to do anything to go and stay alive. But you're being chased here. You're in between 2 teams, a rock and a hard place, and of course, Zorg is going to get put down, and that might be a team wipeout. Nova Rain are going to fall, and my freaking God, we didn't see that coming. 11 more teams left here, and we are about to go into that placement zone in less than 3 more wipeouts. Actually, 3 more wipeouts.
Yeah, that one thing we are sure to get. We are sure to go in that engagement and those fights in a short while. But still, there's still time for that to happen. There's still time for that to start at that point in time. Aside from all of this, it is 20 minutes into the game and still 11 teams alive, and majority of them look, it's a 3-man, it's a 4-man, there's 4 teams with a full squad, there's almost 4 teams with a trio, there's only 1 with a solo. But S1, if Zakuza gets finished off, then S1 is also going to lose another one of their players, and they're going to be down to the last guy. But wait a minute, state number 3 just occurred, and now we're going to go to the state number 4. That is insane. HORZ Esports, they're looking and they're making sure that they give out the cover to their team members, whether they're outside of the circle or inside of that circle. But the circle is going to take another shift, and HORZ Esports now is no longer inside.
I did not. But don't forget, 11 more teams. The North remembers. The Sandstorm already, I think, has passed. So it's now all down to that circle. They are saving the circle, though. They're not too far from the actual. They are actually inside the circle, the side of Neon Outlaws. So they're looking really good. And now they're waiting for opponents to come anywhere towards them because they are looking partly set up. And we're already in stage 4, about to go into stage 5. So that's one thing that's what you want to put in mind if you're any of these teams that I see outside the actual main circle. You're really far, especially those teams all the way down there. You're really far from the main circle. You need to start making that move eventually, and you might get picked out and thinking, oh my God, freestyle about to get wiped out. And it's like here, they might just get Majestic now. He's the last standing. He's got to stay alive. He can't afford to die. Well, his teammates have been put down. 1 knockdown there. The only man standing now. The last player falls. It's all down to this man to give them any hope whatsoever of placement went, and he's got to stay alive and might get the kill there. Zaidi, well, he doesn't confirm it somehow. How? Zaidi able to escape that one somehow. I don't know, he doesn't strike twice, but my God, that one got really lucky there.
He did got lucky. I mean, luck is also a factor in this game that will help you or will destroy you at one point in time. But there we go. Freestyle Majestic and now cannot survive as the Mosin gets on the head, and that headshot connectivity is going to take him out of the equation. Straight up, it's all over. And now TikTok Titans, with their first initial elimination, they are going to move forward slowly, steadily together from this point onward.
Yeah, stay together. 10 more teams, 26 more players remaining in the lobby now. 23-minute mark already met, so man, we're already edging towards that 27-minute counter, 28 and potentially 30 as well. The last game was 31 minutes, so I'm pretty sure this as well might be able to get even more than that, potentially around that angle. So Neon, that guy, not that guy, this time around, that guy finding a kill on that kill feed, putting 1 more player down. And I mean, Neon, once again, they're looking excellent. They've got the most eliminations in the entire lobby. And they are also looking very, very solid now to go and get more placement points. They have 3 members still standing. And of course, 33 baby fans another kill there. And they are going to make that 9 eliminations. 2 players are going to fall. And my God, somebody put Neon down. Come on.
Oh. we have to see what's gonna happen at this point in time. And right with this, HORZ once again. And remembering the HORZ's fight, they had 6 eliminations into the before this fight, before the engagement of this fight at this point in time. And now we have to see how many points are they going to secure for themselves at the end of this fight, at the end of this engagement. Well, esports is also holding the fort down, trying to secure that placement for themselves, because the circle is just this small away that no matter what the circumstance is at this point, you make a wrong move and you lose your placement into the game. You lose your chance to stay alive till the very end to make a difference into the overall ranking. Grenades are being cooked by the hand of HORZ Esports. Bulls need to compile their players once again, but the grenade is first going to hit on both sides. The champ gets knocked down. Then we have the hammer with low on the HP, still alive in the game. Raiden gets a knock, finisher by the hand of Neon. Neon did an amazing job into the last match, and even right now, look at them. They have the 10 elimination markers to their side. Yes, they are doing an amazing job, and they need to keep this up if they want to stay on the very top.
4th and 10 is you want to stay at the top, no doubt. So one thing you're looking forward for, Alpha 4's in the kill fit there. Andrew gets put down as well with the knockdown, finds him first. HORZ doesn't remember as well to their side. Well, he's forward, he's trying to get that kill, but I don't really know exactly what he's doing there. The player's going to get a chase on, and oh my god, that was dirty. Ghost puts him down with a single tap. ZIG gets put down, confirms the kill. Fragilon also falls in that kill field, and now we have 8 more teams. So finally, teams are going to start getting this placement points. They're so badly warned. We saw Van start the last map very well, and they still standing this time. They are currently number 6 place on the table, but they have 2 eliminations to their name, and now they also have this 1 placement point that they are surely going to get. But bad spot to be in, and Kanku's going to get shot down from behind. The backstabs are going to find him, and he's going to get put down. The knockdown, but not the confirmation quite yet. So he can still get rescued. The answer is going to be no. Ghost confirms that kill. And here we go. 26 minutes time already met. 8 teams and 17 players left, and we are about to make our way towards the next stage. It's going to be stage 6.
Oh my god, at this point in time, the situation is not looking good for the players. HORZ Esports, come on, man, you gotta stay. You gotta start securing those elimination numbers, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. 7 eliminations so far. They are still on the verge of the area. They still do not have the complete control of the circle. But oh my god, talking about the circle, this is a very small one. Even for the stage number 6 to occur, this is a very small circle. Nobody, I don't think so, not a lot of players are going to stay here. And there we go, Blood Pact just got eliminated. HORZ Esports, now that's an 8th elimination. The jump fire comes around. GS9 gets another elimination numbers upon the players. Emperor KYN heals himself once again with the 9 elimination in attack. HORZ just secured a lot of eliminations. The last match, they were at 0. Now, they're at 9.
Yeah, from 0 to 9, that's quite a fairy tale story, no doubt. Now they need to get a placement points too, the maximum they can possibly get. And now it's going to be so good. Kings there trying to kill Team Alone are going to get wiped out as Boiler and Falls. The last one standing for their side. And driving reckless in the open is not really the best thing to go and do, is it now? It's just going to get shut down there. And we have 6 more teams. And of course, the UN Outlaws are one of those teams. And we did talk about them. They've won lobby 1. They look like they want to go and get another winner chicken dinner. We only saw one team take 2 maps yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Spain, Africa. And are we going to see a team win not just 2 maps, but 2 back-to-back maps today? And the UN Outlaws, they are the ones that could possibly go and make that record happen on today's game day too.
Oh, I want to see that happen. I want to see that engagement to occur. I want to see these teams to take that engagement and the fights. But so far, we are seeing none of that. None of that. We're just seeing slow-paced engagements from all the teams. They're trying their level best to get those engagements done, but it's not happening. They're not starting. That's the thing. They need to start. They need to engage, and they need to engage with the fights and everything in the proximity if they want to have a better chance of securing those elimination numbers. So far, the answer to every single question that's happening can be seen as a no. We're not seeing those engagements. We're not seeing those fights happening. because I do want to see those fights happen at real time, at a real pace. But it's not happening. But finally, it started. The Ghost gets a lot of elimination numbers, and that's 2 for the team in total. Another team gets finished off. VANTA Legacy pushing up with the 3 eliminations in hand. We have also Wolves with the 3 elimination, but then HORZ with the 10 and 4 for the team MZ. This is the top 5 that's occurring right now.
Yeah, our former map champions just got wiped out. Me and Outlaws are put down, so we're not gonna get 2 back-to-back chicken. We're not getting 2 back. We're not getting 2 of those. No, chicken winner dinners, man. It's not happening. winner chicken dinner. My God, English is getting very hard, guys. Don't blame me. Blame you and Outlaws, guys. They just let me down. Sorry about that. I thought we are gonna have that history be made, but it's not going to happen. So 5 more teams, and me and Outlaws are not one of them. But if you're VANTA, though, you started last game well. You were number 1 for like the whole time, so you got wiped out towards the late game. So then you can get a little bit of retribution now. Just find a way now to win this particular map. If you're HORZ Esports as well, you are looking really good as well. 10 eliminations on the board for that team, and they are looking like they might go and take the whole map. But Goris finds 1 kill, puts a player down there. They are looking good as well. Goris gets put down. The TikTok Titans is still here, but all these sports are going to get put down. Oh my God, 2 teams are going to fall in 1 foul swoop, and it's going to be 3 more left. And how did we even get here?
Well, we have to see. We have to find out what's going to happen and how it's going to happen, because so far the situation is looking so extreme at this point in time. They need to like start popping those engagements. They need to start getting those engagements up for themselves if they want to have like any good chance of securing that elimination. And I mean anybody at this point in time. You want to secure the win over the chicken dinner, you have to start engaging. You have to start going for those fights, for those bloodthirsty fights at this point in time. Grenade being cooked, the FAQ. Let's see if you're gonna connect that grenade. The answer is no. There might have been a damage, but FAQ is the guy that's going to get taken down. He is the one that's going to receive a knockdown from this point onward. Slowly, steadily, we're seeing the Molotov and Lord Mimi slowly approaching the situation in his own favor.
Yeah, if you want MZANSI Esports or Esports, and of course VANTA Sport Legacy, there's 3 teams. 1 more player gets put down there. MZANSI have just 1 final player on their side, and he's got to find a way.
All right, and then we're seeing a lot of engagements happening at this point in time because it's the top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is not looking good for MZ1, for Wolves, because this fight is a 1 versus 2 versus 4. The team VANTA Legacy have the best opportunity of securing that win of a chicken dinner. They find the Lord Mimi, they shoot at him. FAQ, General together now looking at the player, but the real situation is going to start right here as the Wolves takes down a third-party engagement. Ghost gets taken down by the hand of VANTA Legacy, and straight up, those are 7 eliminations. 8th waiting to occur. Lord Mimi is the solo guy standing. It's a 1v3 that this guy has to pull up at this point in time. The DBS connecting alongside of the M416 that we're trying to connect, but oh my God, he just did a 1v2, but now Lord Mimi gets taken down. How in the world? This guy has a recall. This guy has a self-revive, self-ADS, and that was denied. The player gets finished. It's a winner chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner chicken dinner for the VANTA Legacy, featuring all 4 players till the very end.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about that, but we saw them start so well in map 1 Erangel, and they got several eliminations, and they looked into all the world, and obviously they was going to get wiped out. So I'm pretty sure this for them was a best little story, a best to come back and cause a retribution. They are going to make it work, and they are going to get an actual whole winner chicken dinner. The dinner is served, and it's going to be in favor, of course, of the VANTA Legacy. And clean work for this team as they are able to put all together 8 eliminations. And well, General not really getting any one, but a couple of damage found, and of course, survival time, maximum survival time for that man.
Oh, that definitely is a very good survival time showing up from the players. 32 minutes, almost close to 33. They were staying alive till the very end. That I can tell you for sure. But aside from all of this, we're also seeing the elimination numbers. That is not that good. 8 eliminations with the vanilla chicken dinner. It clearly shows that, yeah, you were consistent in those engagements, but the fact still remains that you are missing some of the crucial engagements that you need to do, that you need to work upon at this point in time till the very end of the games. You need to get a lot of engagements, a lot of elimination numbers if you want to have like a good opportunity, a good chance of I'd say that number one placement. If you want to go to the grand finals, you have to like start right now. You have to start from this point onward on securing those elimination numbers. But yes, it is what it is. The summary is 62 eliminations with 63 knockouts, 15 revivals throughout all the journey. That was the summary. But the match MVP goes to HORZ. None other than HORZ. Everybody was fighting. Everybody was engaging. Somebody else took that chicken dinner. But HORZ was like, yeah, the MVP is ours.
Yeah, it's going to be there. It's 5 eliminations. You know, the funny thing, yesterday we saw every single MVP pick up 7 eliminations. Yeah. And today, though, it's been 4 and now it's been 5. So there's not going to be a particular pattern whatsoever today, which is, you know, quite new. But I mean, Esports and Emperor is going to be the MVP for this particular map. 5 eliminations on the board for him, 800 damage on the board, 161 heals, and a 29.51 survival time, which is quite exciting coming from that particular team and seeing how they start. But I mean, let's go look at how the table ended up for this particular map and this particular matchup. VANTA Legacy, of course, with 8 eliminations and the number 1 placement points, is going to leave them at 18 total points. And HORZ Esports, well, 14 for them, 10 eliminations. The team with the most eliminations, 11 Neon Outlaws, but they're not going to get the maximum placement points. That gives them 13, but I'm pretty sure that still leaves them at somewhere around number 1 on the overall standings.
Oh, that is true. That is true. That is for sure. But we have to find out what's the next situation after the match standing, because this match standing is 18, 14, 13, 10, and 10. Everybody did a decent job. Everybody did a good job. That is one thing for sure. Everybody's a good boy at this point in time. They did good, they did decent, but still the bottom 4 are still going to be on the 0. They need to start working, they need to start engaging, they need to start getting those elimination numbers high and mighty if they want to have a good opportunity of securing those top 8 placements for themselves, because those placements are a must at this point in time.
Yes, they are. Here we go. Top players going into match 2. No, not that guy. We're surprised. I'm pretty sure not. He was absolutely instrumental in that first game to their success and the winner chicken dinner. And of course, in map 2 as well, he was popping off, but ultimately just wasn't going to be their map. That guy, no, not that guy, and that guy are top 2 in the table. You also have, we have 4 Neon players. My God. Sorry, we have 4 Neon players. 4 of them.
I mean, somebody got to do it, and they're the one that did it at this point in time. All 4, all in. 11 for not that guy. That guy's there with the 7. 1400 damage. We have Baby Zen with the 5 eliminations and Neon X with the 4 eliminations. So 11, 7, 5, and 4. But Cider Goat with the 7 eliminations too. But going on to the overall ranking, this is what I wanted to see. 39 to 25. Not a lot of a difference. VANTA's Legacy with this winner chicken dinner. They really stepped up onto the overall chart.
Yeah, they did. Now they are currently in that top 2 chart. The Outlaws, however, still there at number 1, 39 points bagged. For the gap is starting to get a little bit close. It's now approximately, if I'm not mistaken, 14 points between them and VANTA Legacy, which is still a lot of points, no doubt. You can't deny that. So Neon Outlaws probably still safe, but you don't want to get comfortable. And I'm pretty sure that they were not too comfortable on that map too, because they did go all out. It just wasn't going to be their thing. And Blood Parks, you know, falling from number 2 to number 3, not too far behind, but 15 points. Yeah, I'd say they are 10 points behind. Not a lot of value found for them on that last map on Miramar. HORZ Esports climb into the rankings there. And we can, of course, look at the bottom five. There's not been a lot of changes, apart from OTEC, who have placed above the three teams who have not been connecting the whole day. So literally, it's just now the top 17 teams are the only 17 teams that have been connecting on every single match. But I mean, OTEC still have 0 points in relation to Elevate, Natural Killers, and Silent Bladers Esports. So I don't know, OTEC, you might want to have to start finding a bit of a value on the maps themselves.
That's absolutely true, but still, there are 4 more matches that needs to happen, that needs to have a chance of the engagements for the players, because the first 2, it was Neon X, in fact Neon Esports. Second one was on the Miramar that VANTA Legacy took for themselves, but now it is time for the Rondo. Match number 3 will be Rondo. That is one thing that we are all waiting for at this point in time, because that Rondo is going to determine who will have the upper advantage against all the other teams. But as we're talking about the other teams, other placements, you also have to remember this is the fight for the grand finals. This is the fight for that engagement that you need to have for yourself to get into that grand finals. The top 8 are going to move. And before that can happen, there's still the 4 more matches to be occurred. The Rondo is definitely going to bring a lot of chaos for the teams, and we're going to find that out after we take this highlighted short break. Got smoked out of the game, and Cider did a lot of damage. He blew up that
got 12 more teams, don't forget. It's going to get like, we're not in teams yet. We're in between two teams. We're running around the place. Oh, so he's trying to get that kill, but that's really good that. We have to get the chase on and out. For the next 10 minutes and nobody's gonna die. I think
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, once again with the short break done. It is I, Torix, alongside of Tori with you guys, and the third match is about to commence. The Rondo is coming up, and Tori, let me tell you, this Miramar, after the Miramar match, that Rondo, it's a destructive one.
it is. I mean, particularly the last Rondo we saw yesterday. I think I have never seen so much violence at the beginning of a Battle Royale match. I have never seen that one. It was so packed. Or the teams came to a particular sport and just, there wasn't any time for looting. It was straight to shooting. We literally saw a wipeout, a 1v4 with a player with, a team had literally no weapon and he picked up a gun fast and he was like, you know what? All of you better go down. he was able to get that squad wipe early in the game. So yeah, I mean, Rondo is a very aggressive map and we love to go and see aggression. We love violence. We don't like to partake of violence, but we love to watch and count violence. So let's see what's going to go and happen on this Rondo map.
Man, you just said the right word at the right time. I do love the violence in-game by these teams amongst each other, not in real life. I do not promote that. But yes, if it's in the game, if the circle's violating everybody, I would love that too in this match. Circle going his own path, its own path, where the players are going on a different path. I want the circle to have nobody inside of it. I just want this one thing, that nobody gets the circle for themselves and everybody's outside and they're just struggling to get inside of that circle. One wrong move, one dedicated move, and it's all over for you guys at that point. So those are the moves that I do want to see by the players, by the teams at this point in time. But we're definitely going to see that in a short while as the Rondo will begin. And that Rondo is going to bring a lot of destructive, chaotic, in fact, moves, in my opinion. Why? Because this Rondo we saw how the first two matches were. Everybody needs those points. Everybody needs those elimination numbers and those placement points for themselves. And what's better to do that in Rondo, where you will have an extra life and where you will have an extra chance of eliminating the opponents, eliminating the players, and also if you get eliminated, you get to come back.
Yeah, that's the one beauty of Rondo. You get eliminated, you do get a chance to come back. So, but I mean, it doesn't mean you want to just play around with your lives and just throw it away every single time, because it's gonna eventually have a limit to where you can't come back anymore at a particular time zone. So you want to also make sure, as much as you can come back, you want to make sure you're still trying to be the best to be the one getting the eliminations instead of giving your opponent all the eliminations that they need to go and get more points over your team. But I mean, it's Rondo, it's aggressive, the map of aggression. Literally, it's a very big map as well, mind you. So I'm just hoping that these teams are going to give me all that aggression that we saw throughout yesterday on both Rondo maps. But again, right now, if you're Neon Outlaws, you guys have started the day perfectly well. You are number one for the last few maps. You've been able to hold that number one spot, and you currently have about 14 points in the gap on that lead. So going into map 3, again, you can't afford to get anywhere near that word complacent. You still need to stay alive. You still need to make sure you're getting the maximum placement points you can possibly get, and of course, as many eliminations as you've always had in the last 2 maps.
Oh, that's true. But I mean, at this point in time, we're talking about the Rondo. After the Rondo, you still have 3 more matches. You still have like one Erangel, one Miramar, and then the last Rondo that will conclude the day, that will end the day at that point in time. So those are the factors that you have to go through, that you have to walk through all of this situation. But aside from all of this, aside from all of these engagements, there is also that one particular factor that these Rondo matches are going to be insane. And having it at the middle of the game and at the end of the day, it's straight up a violation, because anyone that has secured a decent Rondo into the first Rondo, he will definitely try to do it even better onto the second one.
No doubt whatsoever. And now we load in Rondo, the beauty you are, as the planes fly in, and they're going to put that players down into a zone of violence and absolute aggression as we start off things here on Rondo. Our 3rd map out of 6 and our last map in the first set of rotation. So all the teams, this is literally half point and half time. We are about to be halfway through, so this is where you start to potentially know your stand in the whole match day. Whatever happens after Rondo, I mean, it's half the Rondo happening, but this is where you get your possible fates and where you most likely are going to be finishing at the end of today. But yeah, let's go, Torix. It's me again, Tori and Torix. We are here to walk you through every action and every beat of this map, Rondo, in our match 3 of 6.
Oh my god, this Rondo is amazing. Why? Because of the plane line that we are seeing, bisecting the map from western to eastern, almost a dead center bisection, but a slight tilt towards the southern side. It's a good thing. Why? Because the Neox factory is available, the Danqing is available, Jadina City is available, and there we go, the fights, early fights. The engagements that we were all waiting for in the Yulin area, it's happening right now. Jod just missed out the S12K on the point-blank range, and now he moves forward, gets knocked out, and Wolves, they're going to receive that damage towards their side as Anno gets a knock and a finisher.
OTEC did not load in this time around. They did load in the last 2 maps, but I don't know if they just got tired of something that would happen with them, but they're not on the load in, so we have exactly 16 teams playing this particular one, and here we go. There's a lot of aggression. My god, this is a Rondo we know and love. Look at it's all gunfights everywhere. We have literally 0 farming time. It's all down to action. You drop on the map, you get whatever weapon you can find your hands on, and you just go all through, finding our opponents, putting them down as much as you possibly can, and the first team to fall is going to be that TikTok Titans, and that cannot be good. Now we have 15 more teams, 15 more squads, 55 flares, and it's all down to this map on Rondo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are seeing a lot of fights at the early stage of the Rondo. We're seeing 3 eliminations from VANTA. We're seeing 3 eliminations for them from the Wolf side. 3 for QMRU and 2 for Ryla. And still, even after all of this situation, we're still on the fact that, yes, almost everybody is alive. Almost everybody is still in the game. There's Toxic, alone that HP, 8 bullets in his Honey Badger. And the side, Majestic, he comes in for the rescue. He makes sure that the player is still alive, and he gets that elimination number 2. But now Majestic is on the 9 HP bullet side. That's 12K is coming around the premises. AK versus AK, and Majestic's AK win it over with barely any HP left. Now he's going to heal himself with that full medkit. And that second elimination for the guy, it's definitely his to take.
Yep, it is 15 more teams and 54 players left here. One squad already wiped out, and that was TikTok Titans, currently number 6 on the table, but I think they're going to drop a lot more after this particular map because not a single elimination on the board for their side, and of course, 0 placement points into map 3. Now, 2 players are going to get dropped there. If you're Team Freestyle, I mean, I don't think this is a very good sport, but just to get put down, but players fall, and Freestyle, they have one final player waiting to start, and hopefully can go and recall his teammates on the board. But Neon Outlaws yet to get their first elimination. Normally by now they'd have 2 or 3, especially on a map like Rondo, but it turns out this time they are going to take things a little bit more slower, and it's going to be VANTA Legacy already on that 3 kill mark. Freestyle, mind you, already have 4, but they have just 1 player now left alive to go and wait till he can get his teammates back in this game.
That's absolutely true. Team Freestyle, they have to go. They have to revive the players with that recall button as soon as possible. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Freestyle now is back on the 4-man army. Ladies and gentlemen, TTTN is the team that joined in and got eliminated early. Aside from them, nobody else is barely even down or gone. But MZ1 United Legends comes around, takes 1 player down of the team, and we are at this point in time. And now they want to eliminate the player up. Boss up. That's finished up. In the meanwhile, Aurelius takes down the guy that is Mufasa as well. In fact, Aurelius eliminated the guy. Mufasa gets a knockdown by Maffy, and now Maffy's down. Alongside of all of the situation, all of these Yulin areas, we were seeing like 4, 5 teams at the same time, and now suddenly there's only 3 players, 3 teams, in fact, in the premises.
There's 3 teams left. I mean, the aggression has died a little bit down, but it's still Rondo. You're always going to see kills in that kill thing. You can clearly see that. You've seen HORZ find values there. Ham diesels and more diesels are going to get put down. There's a lot of engagements happening all around the map together. And now we see Quantum Rage is going to make that chase on. Finds the man, but not the confirmation of the kill. He might get it now. He's also critically low. I don't think he will. He's going to get anyway to the window. He was going to get low. He's going to get put down first. It's going to be Erwin shotting him down. I mean, I did seem low. I don't know why he still went for that fight, but now there's going to be a re-raise and a recovering for that man, his own teammates. And look at that kill feed. It's still going absolute blazy in terms of kills. Players are falling left, right, and center. We still have 15 teams, but a lot of eliminations are being found by every single team in the lobby, literally, except Wild and PGUD. Might know it. Just might know it, but it's going to get put down. Sam finding the kill there on that kill feed again. Overall standing so far, we're looking at an elimination mark, and only 2 teams, actually, I'm wrong, 3 teams yet to get their first kill on the board for Rondo, but they are playing safe and not dying, and now we're finally seeing Neon Outlaws starting to find value. A 3K Baby's going to find 1 more. It's going to get tossed. Mufasa knows he's in a very bad spot. Rag, Tams, and Smoker. Another nade being cooked. The man is in the house now. I think he's got enough cover, but he might be able to get that time. And oh, he's got it! Oh my freaking god! The hit marker found though, damage is going to get done, but the kill not found, and now they chase. He's critically low. A jump on it, peek, and it should might just do the work there. I think it does, and Smoker confirms that Mufasa falls. And my freaking days, wow. You're Outlaws. Not that guy. Goblin finds the kill. Hacker gets put down. That was a knockdown. I think a confirmation is what might happen. This is the very bad sport to be in if you're on the side of a lone team, because now there's 4 members of the Neon Outlaws around you, rather. And it's one final play in that building. He's in a very bad spot. The shotgun in hand, and he's trying to make a move out of that building. I think they have seen him. It's blood parked. First kill found. Might he get a double? The answer is going to be a no, as he's going to get put down. He was the only player in that building, but his teammates are still standing, so not exactly a wipeout now, is it? But Neon Outlaws are starting to get their eliminations back up, and now they have 4 alongside a lot of teams. So 4 is the highest in the lobby, but actually, I'm wrong. I can see Royal Academy with 6 on the board for their side, so they are the highest in the entire lobby here, Torix.
Man, still 15 teams. That's a W for me. That is a W for me. But Hacker just get knocked down. It's a finisher, I think, on the Hacker side. T-Rex. T3 Rex, in fact, at this point in time, he's using that UMP-45 to take the fight, but the AKM is going to win it over by the guy whose name I cannot read. If you're going to read it, let me know in the chat, because I do not speak that language. I do not know how to read that, but see, he's looking forward, he's looking back, he's getting those elimination, and he's setting it up. He is setting back. Once again, that is 15 teams and 53 players, ladies and gentlemen. Stage 1 has not closed, has not been closed yet. We still have a minute and 5 seconds before the stage can close, or before we can deduce that, okay, what's happening for the stage number 2, where the circle is going to go, where the radius is going to be made. And at the same time, you can see in the Dancheng, outskirts of Dancheng, there's a lot of players in the proximity.
There's a lot of players, no doubt. And here we go. The overall standings showing a lot of action happening. Little placement here and there. TikTok Titans have now dropped from number 6. They have come down. I don't think they're going to be happy with that one, but they did fail to get a single elimination on the board before the map ended. So, I mean, before they got wiped out, rather, the map has not even ended. It's not even anywhere near ended. We still have 15 whole teams as we are about to make our way into stage 2 finally. And we are at the 11-minute mark, making our way towards that 11-minute dot on the mark. But here we go. On to Legacy. Number 2 team on the table now, the 4 elimination mark. So we're trying to get Nathan kills. Neon Outlaws are close by. There's a lot of teams trying to make their way into this particular zone, and we're just looking for all that aggression to go and come in. Rondo, the beauty of Rondo. As one more player falls driving that car, and of course it's going to be that guy putting him down. Neon Outlaws are going to get their 5th elimination on the board.
Another elimination. Oh, we are seeing VANTA coming around and taking down Neon X. That's one player down, but VANTA Legacy, they're like, yeah, we're going to go down now. We're going to come back up as VANTA Legacy's general comes back alive, and he's ready to take that action. If he wants to, he can go back towards the side where the team Neon is situated at, and he can actually secure that elimination. Maybe at this point in time, I really want this guy to get an elimination at this point in time, because he's the only one amongst all of his team members to not get a single elimination so far. So it would be nice, it would be good if he gets any kind of eliminations, any elimination at this point in time. And aside from all of this, the fights, the engagement that we are seeing, it's happening. It's happening constantly. It's happening at the engagement where anything at this moment can definitely be destructive. You make one wrong move, right? You still have 3 minutes to recall your team members. You make one wrong move, and you're going to be spending your time in the place where nobody can rescue you.
I think that's not a funny place. It is indeed sad. Very dark. You have to wait all the way to the next map. That's just really, really dark. But again, the cars are being driven around. The Nova Rain so far, not the best spot on the table for them, number 12, but do you have 4 players standing and the 4 elimination markers forward? They're trying to get, hopefully trying to get placement points, because I'm very sure that's one thing that all of the teams right now are looking forward to. At this point in time, it's all about being able to get, you've survived this long, you might as well try to get to that top 8 where you can get at least a 1 placement when guaranteed. But at the same time, eliminations are being counted by every single team up here on the board, as every single team, apart from UNDP, are going to have at least 1 elimination. So UNDP, I don't know what you're waiting for, but on Undisputed Prime, they're just taking their time. And I mean, if it works, it works. Like, yes, they are playing for placement probably, but now we're about to go into stage 3, and a minute and 1 second on that clock, we are going to be making our way to stage 3.
Yes, sir. Stage number 3 is happening in a minute. Freestyle looking at the players and shooting at them. In the meanwhile, we have to see what's going to happen and how it's going to happen. So far, it is Toxic receiving some damage, giving out some damage too. But Bin Laden, the guy, the man in the car, he got a lot of damage on him. Fortunately, he was still in the cover, so he did got out of the car and made himself back to the 75% HP side. But BLDP, another team that is down to the last man standing. The only team in the amongst all of the rest of the teams with the 1 player remaining into the game. QR, Zezzy, he's also down. But at the same time, you have to remember, we can still not forget the fact that until the state number 15 minutes have passed, until the recall systems are gone, we still cannot deduce that, okay, who is going to win this over how many of the teams are going to get eliminated, because still there's a possibility, a big possibility, that at any point in time you get knocked out, you get instant revive.
You can 15 more teams, Jorix. We've been saying 15 more teams for at least the past 8 minutes. Nobody's dying. Nobody's getting wiped out. Everybody's taking absolutely care. Nobody wants the first team to fall anymore. Showdown Esports, Matthew's going to get put down there. It might be a double, but the trade finds him. And Melton Force is going to be coaxed, and he's going to be able to bring his teammate back. It's going to be Zox, rather. It's going to be able to go and rescue his teammate there and not let him fall. So hopefully still stay alive. And look at that. I mean, look at that kill feed. It's all back and forth. Mufasa gets put down. Waterballs gets put down. Not really able to get a trade there. Able to shot Blade down in response here. And they are going to get their teammate back in. But we still have 15 whole teams. But mind you, we are now at the land of no more respawn. So if you're dead, you're dead.
Gone, you're gone. You're not getting back up at any time soon. But Quantum Rage, that's 5th elimination that they're going to have. But still, they need to rescue their players ASAP. Quantum Rage, QR, MU, you have to make sure that everybody is back on their feet. The grenades are going. Zezzy receiving another splash damage from the grenade. And the third one, Lord Mimi, you missed it up. You missed it up. If it was on the path, if it was on the player, that splash damage would have eliminated the guy, and ultimately the complete squad would have been wiped out at that time. But still, it is what it is. You have 5 eliminations in total. The opponents have 5 eliminations in total. It's all up to the fact that how the rest of the fights are going to occur. QR going to lose another player by the hand of VANTA. VANTA coming in as a third-party engagement. And a Moody in the front wilds. Closing it up, closing the distance up for some reason. I don't know why that's happening, and why is Quantum Rage so fixated on getting into that fight, whether they should have just left this area as it is, and they should have disengaged from the fight. But nope, it's not happening. Now they're finally getting into the car, and they're going to disengage out of the equation.
I'm just looking for any bit of team wipeout. That's what I've been waiting for. I've just been looking so keenly. I'm just waiting. So he'll find to kill that. Melton Force, Majestic also gets put down. The Guardians are going to finally be the one team that are going to get eliminated. And I mean, not that they're happy about that, but I think we are happy about that. We've been waiting for one for a very long time. Bin Laden finds to kill there. Moonkit gets put down. And if you're a freestyle, this team has been absolutely phenomenal in terms of finding eliminations. They've just not been able to get placement points in the last 2 maps. But looks like this might be the map where they can find that value. Hopefully, I don't go and jinx them, though. That's the one thing. But Itachi now, lot of kills still being found, and Nova Arena also going to get eliminated. Now we have 2 teams in the last 30 seconds that are going to get wiped out, so we have 13 more on the board.
13 more on the board, but look at this, and now it's 12. At Sierra 1 Esports, they get finished up. But I don't see 13 teams in this map. Where are the rest of the teams? That is my question. Now, finally, okay, they're closing in. They're coming in. There's still a lot of teams that are outside of the circle. They're taking the fight. As you can see, Team Wild Bros. They're here, and they're taking that engagement with the JS9 on the face. They go, get those eliminations. Once again, they come out and gets finished up by that guy. He's the guy that's going to finish them up. And then on top of that, Neon Outlaws. 10 eliminations in total. A great engagement. Once again, a great start. But like I said, Tori, almost everybody is going to at least have 7-8 eliminations.
Yep, you went not wrong. You were very correct there, because literally everybody's counting on values here. We can see so many teams. The lowest here is about 3. Oh, there's a 1. There's BRDP there with only 1, but I mean, they're still standing, so there is a chance they can get a lot more, but they have just 1 player left, though. So, yeah, he's going to have to prioritize survival over getting to the eliminations or probably more. And in the meantime, look at those teams: 10, 7, 7, 7, 8. So many eliminations on the board. This is why we love Rondo. It's aggressive, it's rewarded in terms of kills. But ultimately, though, now we have 11 more teams on the books here, and we are about to start heading into that placement zone. 3 more teams wiped out, and we are heading straight into the placement zone, where you are guaranteed at least 1 placement point if you go and finish at number 8.
At least that 1 placement is going to be given out to you. But still, it's still before the next 3 team gets eliminated. And that's what's happening. Undisputed Prime, they're going in for the fight. FREESTYLE is in the front line. The fight is going on as Mr. IGL is coming in, getting those engagements. But the solo guy that was still alive, Majestic, he's putting the foot down, but Bunny comes around. Undisputed Prime gets finished and finish the players of FREESTYLERS up. Undisputed Prime, they're doing an undisputed fight in this regard, and they're winning it over. They're winning it up. But Quantum Rage MU still alive with the 5 eliminations to their side. They're in the top 10. QRMU, they need a lot of work if they want to be into the top 8, because top 8 is still hashtag number 16, and you only barely got 7 points for yourself after counting the 5 eliminations that you have right now.
She did. Yes, she did. But only 10 teams left, Dorix. We're finally at that point where it's only 10 teams, and every move counts, every bullet thrown, every net thrown, every smoke thrown has to give you ultimate perfect value, or it's not going to be worth anything. But look at that kill feed. We're still going wild. And look at Lot Numi finding a kill. And that's going to be, of course, MZ. They're finding value for their side finally. But here we go again. The final teams. It's being thrown. The backstab comes through. Oh, Ando fools. Don't think he had any idea whatsoever on that one. This is again where things start to get very tense, because now there's enemies all around you. You can't afford to be in the open. You can't afford to be exposed. However, you need to watch both your back and both your front, especially if you're on the mid map. So the best thing to go and do is find the corner, sit back, and start looking for kills. But so far, so freaking good. The cross map been happening. Oh my freaking god! Look at this. Kills being found, and time's gonna get put down. And the HORZ Esports is still finding money for themselves here. But the most eliminations, as usual, it's going to be the Neon Outlaws.
Outlaws with the most eliminations so far, but they still cannot forget the fact that VANTA's legacy is right behind them. 8 elimination to their own side. They're slowly approaching the situation and the equator of that same elimination number. They're making it on the equilibrium in a short while, but Neon Outlaw, they have another elimination towards their side. Mufasa is right now knocked out. Someone needs to finish the guy up, otherwise, if Neon Outlaws get their hand on that, that's the 11th elimination. Maybe even the 12th, because look at that. The player want to go through that smoke from that open zone, and if he goes there on that open zone, that's an easy entry for another elimination on the side of Neon. But HORZ comes around, gets the elimination on RAG. Team RAG now finishing their players up, and slowly, steadily, Royal Academy, they're losing the players down to the very last man standing at this location. VPA, the boy alone. Those 2 players gets into the engagement. They're taking the fight, but look at that. KILLEES, 77k. Once again, shooting with 3x scope, not making any kind of connections. Anu at the same time is against the VANTA Black. In fact, VANTA the VANTA team, VANTA Legends as well, but Lyra, ooh, the situation is not looking good for this guy. The circle is not looking good for anybody at this point in time. You move one space, you're in the open. You move 2 steps, you're dead.
Literally, man, you don't want anything moving around right now. So far, so good. It's 10 more teams. That's like a lot of driving going around, and HORZ Esports here. All 4 players are going to pull up in whips, and they just hit the mid-mark. By the way, this is not the best spot to go in the camp house for. I mean, I suppose. Trying to get into the circle, because that's what's going to matter the most. The circle is going to start becoming unforgiving very fast, and very soon explosion happens, and oh, there's going to be Kanku getting wiped out. It's actually knocked down, rather, not wiped out. He still has 3 more teammates though. But Lone Esports are going to fall down first, and now 7 more teams. It's happening so freaking fast that we can't even keep notice here. MZ also get put down. Teams are going to fall in one single foul swoop, and we only have 7. Make that 6, as we're going to see Neon Outlaws with the most eliminations get put down. Actually, I lied. HORZ Esports have the most eliminations now. They've got 12, and they are looking dangerously at that #1 spot if we're not careful, Neon.
Oh yeah, it is the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, as Malefic gets eliminated. Bunny! Why would you guys try to use that drift mode and just get eliminated? Just to get eliminated. You were not supposed to push up straight up onto the face. Come on. I expected more at this time, but Wolves Esports, that's the 10th elimination. HORZ got 12 eliminations so far, and that's another amazing number. Looking at it, General is here, looking at the side of US Smiley, and Smiley gets finished up. Wolves in the front lines, cooking those grenades, throwing it up in hope to secure that knockdown for themselves. But the back shots are coming up on General. He's a solo guy. He has to be careful. He has to stay in that dip that he made for himself, using that axe or anything or grenade, whatever you did to make that dip, you utilize that to the fullest. But HORZ Esports now, the hammer is here, and that Justice hammer is definitely going to fall upon the players. Emperor gets General out, and with this, we're in the top 4.
Last 4 teams, you're correct. You are fully correct. The final 4 teams, and HORZ Esports is still standing. It's a 3v1v1v1. It might just be their map for sure. Quantum Rage are going to get wiped out now. It's only 3 final standings here. The man critically low for the side of Warriors, but he's going to get a little bit of a regen now. So finally, hopefully he can make something work. Undisputed Primer. They have 1 final player there, and he's the last one for their side. Trying to cook up a nade, maybe, and hopefully that would find any value whatsoever. And I'm going to ask you, because I don't think I know what it is, but what are those stone things dropping from the sky? Please tell me, brother. What are those?
Now this is the fight. 1v1v3. HORZ Esports, I'm telling you, they're securing a beautiful win over the chicken dinner from this point onward. But 8 elimination to the Prime. We have 13 elimination for the Wolves, 13 elimination for the HORZ at this time. HORZ, come on. And that's a panda. That's a companion that we're seeing. But that companion is definitely going to help him up as he finds another player. Hammer just finished another player of Undisputed Prime, and Undisputed Prime just lost their way on the hashtag #3, and HORZ Esports right 1 step behind that winner chicken dinner, and that's exactly what's going to happen as Emperor finishes the player up. It is all over. It is all done. It is the winner chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new team. We have HORZ Esports securing that winner chicken dinner for themselves, for the match at #3, for the Rondo. But going on to the WWCD stats, it is 15 eliminations. We're seeing 15 eliminations. That's 25 points straight up for that #1.
I mean, it's undeniable, man. This team, they came, they saw, and they just decided this is going to be their map. They started off well, aggression paid off. They were just dropping everybody around the map one by one. 15 whole entire eliminations. Emperor on 6 of those, and also not even the maximum damage. You're going to see that go into the man of Free, I couldn't pronounce that name. That is a lot of letters there. God bless you, brother. But under 4 elimination with 731 damage, the most damage on their side, but he ended up getting a lot of assists for sure. But I mean, ultimately, HORZ Esports are going to come out on top of this one, and I would say well deserved. As the very first round, it's going to be won. And so far, all 3 maps have been won by 3 different teams.
That's absolutely true. Now going on to the summary. It is the 104 eliminations. I love that. Even yesterday, the Rondo, the first Rondo that we saw, it was exactly 104 eliminations. But the knockouts were 115. This time it's 119. 8,210 is the heal. 29 revives. 181 throwables. 21,699 damage with 19 headshots and a total survival of 19 hours and 35 minutes with all the player combined. It is the total survival time by all the players. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the average. It is not nothing. The timer is definitely correct. This is the match summary. But moving on, the MVP of the match is Anu with 6 elimination and 7 knockouts. It is a 6-7.
Yeah, we got it, guys. We got 6-7 in 2026. In the big 26, guys. We are getting the 6-7. Eliminations found, knocks found. The time is for 23 and 10 for the man. I mean, I think that's 2 back-to-back maps where we're not going to see the winning team go and pick up that MVP. 2 back. It happened on Miramar, and now it also happened on Rondo. The only map where we saw the winning team go and pick up the MVP, it was definitely on Erangel last. So, and maybe the winning teams have to go and step up their own game as well, and try to make sure that they don't let the MVP standings go to anybody else. But I mean, talking about standings, look at the standings for this particular map. HORZ Esports on 25 points, and Neon Outlaws are going to fall very short with only 12 points remaining.
With 25 all the way 19, 13, 12, 12, and 10. I like this. At least the top 6 have double-digit total points for themselves. But Neon Outlaws, look at that. On the hashtag number 5 with 11 elimination. That is a very, very amazing elimination number we're seeing from their side. FREESTYLE with a total of 8 elimination. MZANSI, United Legends, with the 7 total points. And straight up, only one team, that is TikTok Titans, with 0 points in this match. Aside from that, everybody got like at least 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that point. But going on to the overall top players, it is the 3 of Neons this time. Not that guy, and 33 babies in. But Cider goes from VANTA Legend, and we have HORZ Emperor KYN after this last game performance.
Yeah, finally mix it up there among the greats of this particular game so far. We still have a player from VANTA Legacy, which doesn't want to leave that top 5. And he's holding it down still for them. Asada Guard is going to make it up there still. Again, Neon did have 4, but now they have 3. Reminds me of a certain Team Pride from yesterday, who were dominating that overall players all the way to the very end, where they still have 3 at the end of the day. So if you're Neon, can you match that performance? Can you have at least 3 players at the end of the day? We're going to find out when we get to that final Rondo map. This is just the first Rondo and the very first round of rotations across all maps. We are about to go into our second round of rotations, where we go and repeat Erangel, Miramar, and of course Rondo. Before we get there, look at the current final standings overall after map 3.
This is the overall, ladies and gentlemen, after match number 3. Yesterday, I think we were close to, 65, 67 points after match number 3, but now we're on the 51. Now the second team is on 39. Still not too bad at this point in time. We still have 11, 12 points of a difference we're seeing from number 1 to number 2. Not that much that we were seeing yesterday. But then suddenly the situation goes even better as VANTA Legacy on the number 3rd with 37, just a 2-point difference. 7 difference of VOLZ Esports, Undisputed Prime, 26, 24 Blood Pact, MZANSI United Legends with 18, and slowly and steadily the first chart ends on TikTok Titans with 13 total points.
Yeah, TikTok Titans and 13 points there. I mean, they're not leaving things to their name, if I do say so myself. Titans, TikTok, come on, those are 2 powerful words. Yeah, I would expect a lot more, but Quantum Rangers were fully shot there. They do have 12 total points, and it's not too far away from the number 9 and the number 10, but they have to start off the game. Never rain. We saw them on the very first half of the Erangel. They were cooking, or they've not been able to bring that same energy up in the last few maps. Lone Esports, Wild Bros, Royal Academy, who did happen to give my dear friend Torek some nostalgia, and I think he jinxed them the moment he recognized them. I blame Torek, guys. Whatever's happening to them right now, I blame Torek. But anyways, that is our standings after match 3.
That definitely is our standing after the match at number 3. But yes, what is the next page is my question. Are we gonna see I think it's the map schedule. That is our next slide in today's situation. But yep, it is the match schedule. 3 matches done, 3 more to go. Erangel, Miramar, and Rondo. The second set is going to start. It is going to begin from this point onward. Erangel is going to be our 4th match. Like the first one, I think Neon might have a slight advantage in this to once again take that fight, take that engagement and all of that. But at the same time, I think somewhere in between the rest of the parties, the rest of the teams, they have noticed what the situation was for the first Erangel, and they're definitely going to change something into the second one. So we have to wait and we have to find out what's going to happen. And to find that out, we do have to go for a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into a very short break. Stay here, stay connected with us, and enjoy the highlights.
But they're not going to go deep. We have exactly the 16 teams playing the one, and here we go. There's a lot of aggression.
Bullet tide. That's what Jake is coming around the perimeter. A game.
It's currently number 13, but I think they're going to come and not one to the map. So, not a single, and they might get it now. He's also critically low. I don't think he won't. Like he's going to go ahead with the arena. He was going to go wrong. He's got it. Block card. First kill for him.
Gets eliminated. Bunny! Looking at it. General is here. Looking at the side. Smiley and Smiley. Let's utilize that to the fullest. But HORZ is now. The hammer is here. And that Justice Hammer is definitely going to pull him. That's a panda. That's a companion. Today to top 8 from yesterday. They have qualified for grand finals. And we just got that confirmation. No wax smoker. He just got smoked out of the game. And Simon Jones getting around with the protection. Did a lot of damage. Don't fire it out. He blew up that gas. He's doing that. At this point in time, that I can tell you for sure. And that I'll leave it to the circle.
I didn't get that finish off, but it's a very cool first one. Glad you know running over and get live.
For a little that HP, they make the wrong move and they're gonna to pay with a whole alive. The whole team eliminates game. That is kind of like a panic situation. P guidance is also gone. He's got damage from grenades. Still, does not do any damage. That was a flash. It's over. Close vicinity and heat out. They get finished up. Young at least has secured one elimination. Now
Potentially get punished. Very open score. He might see the man behind him. Very low there. So he is close to him. He's not beating anything. He looks like he wants to go down with the on that. Quinn left alongside the shooting team on the free game right now. But if you want to get might not do anything to work their life. And what we did here, we're in between two teams, the rock and the hard players, and of course, so much he's forward. He's trying to get that kill, but I don't think that's what he's doing there. Wesley's going to chase on and out. Oh my god.
Takes down a third-party engagement, connecting alongside of the M416 that we're trying to connect. But oh my god, he just did a 1v2, but
He's not going to go exactly 16 kills a game. This particular one. There we go. There's a little off aggression.
Inside, that's the game. Just come around the perimeters. They gave it.
Single targets. It's really number 6 on the table. I think we're going to cover a lot more after this particular map because not a single. Can I get it now? It's also critically low. I don't think the last time we got him was Marina. He was going to go. Oh, he's running. Block part. That's your part. How you doing? Sticking up with his head. He's more and more. You know what? He's more than and now at the last of the sport. You're there.
Oh yeah, it is the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, as Malefic just eliminated. But look at it. General is here, looking at the side. You guys smiling gets utilized that to the full extent. But now the hammer is here, and that justice hammer is definitely going to fall. That's a handout. That's a companion that we're seeing. But that's the thing today. It's the top 8 from yesterday. They have qualified for the grand finals. That we just got that information. No rack. He just got mowed out of the game. And Cider Goat comes around. Well, we are back once again after this highlighted breaks and with the name changes. It is Torix with the Tori, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here as the twins, as the duo, to cast away the rest of the 3 matches. That is the Erangel, the Miramar, and the Rondo.
Yeah, last 3. We've had the first out of 3. It was exciting, and my god, it was mind-blowing that Rondo map. We did talk about the aggression on the early stage, and we got exactly what we bargained for. It was aggressive off the very start, and we got a different team, of course, taking the whole thing home. But beyond Outlaws, I mean, they've not lost their number 1 spot. They're still about 14 points on top of the table. I think 12 rather. They're still holding it down, and it looks like they might finish off in the number 1 spot if nobody can put them down. They might not have get the winner chicken dinners, but they've gained enough eliminations and of course placement points in the last 2 lobbies. But now we're going back to the white map that they've already won today, and judging by what we know from yesterday, we only had 1 team win 2 maps, and it was both Erangel maps by Bean Africa. So if you're Neon, you might be able to bring up that legacy as well for today and be able to predict the 2 Erangel maps on the day. But we are going to find out. The map is going to speak for itself.
Oh, the map will definitely speak for itself at that point. We're just waiting for it to start. We're just waiting for it to begin so we can safely assume what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. But you know what? I need to happen in this match. I won the circle. to go in the water. I want the circle to start in the water and stay there until the very end of the game. I want that chaos. I want that engagement by all the teams that, okay, they are struggling to find a circle. They're struggling to find a home, a place where they can stay, where they can hold a place down. That's the kind of aggression that I want to see in this lobby, in this match in particular, because Erangel is the only one that I can actually hope for these kind of things in, because the Miramar, there's only one place in the water, and that is near the, I'd say, what is that? The eastern side of the Los Leones, the Impala areas, that Spawn Island area. That's the only place. In Rondo, there is no place whatsoever. Yes, there are some bridges, but they're just too small. You can just cross them on foot. But the rest of the places in Miramar and in Rondo, that's the only, like Erangel, that's the only two places that you can have the water. In Erangel, there's a lot. There's a lot. Every single corner. You go east hard, you go west hard, there's water. You go south, that's a lot of water.
Man, I do like water. I like to drink water. I don't like to swim in water though, but I do like to drink a lot of water. And I'm pretty sure these teams that I don't think these teams want to have the second in water. That's just Torres wanting that, but I think Loki, I'm going to agree with him on this one. I also want to see the teams where in such a place where the final zone is literally no hiding space. It's all down to sheer gun skill, sheer day throws, smoke throws, tactical geniuses, and being able to put your opponents down. But we are going to find out as now we locked in the plane, the calm before the storm, the loot before the shoot, as my friend Torres would say. But let's get the party started, my brother. Let's get the party started.
Let's definitely get that party started, because the plane line starting from the side of Milta Power Plant all the way up to Severny regions, the crash site, all those places are so far in the plane line. But where is the circle going to go? That's my question. Please, I just want one good circle in the water. I want it to go towards the Primordial side in the water, straight up southwestern side, hard southwestern side. That 50%, 60% of the water is inside of that circle, and the rest of the 40% is on the land. But we're about to find that out, what's going to happen, where the circle is going to take a shift. And like I said, the game hates me. What can I say? It's going to go on the land, not on the main island, but the northern island as well.
Yeah, a lot of land space, brother. A lot of land space. I don't think we're getting any water fighting time soon. The game heard you in the game said, yeah, bet, Torres, we're going to do exactly what you don't want. And yeah, we got 18 teams are going to load. This is the highest team count we've had in the last 3 maps. It was 17 the highest, and now it's 18 teams this time loading in. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is, okay, no, we did have 19 teams yesterday. So this is 18 teams loading in for this particular map of Erangel. And the first one already being found. And guess what? It's going to be on the Outlaws loading X. They are going to lose a player early on in the game. How does that even happen?
You have to see how that is going to happen as we move towards their side. OTEC is just going to join in with a 3-man ALNE. They're going to lose a player, but there we go. Some more eliminations this time around on the Wild. Rag is also fighting, and back and forth. This bickering is happening, and it's happening for a good reason, because the team wants to end this as soon as possible, and they want to make sure that they stay on the top.
As they do, you might make sure you stay at that number 1 score. It's about a 10-point gap right now, 51-41. HORZ Esports already finding 2 eliminations on this particular map, and they are closing that gap very fast. So if you're on Outlaws, you cannot afford to be comfortable on this map. I promise you, you cannot afford to be comfortable one bit. One more player gets knocked down for them. They have 2 more standing, and I don't know, Torres, things are not looking grim at the top. It's looking the top might not longer be lonely after this particular map ends. But so far, so good though. A lot of team fights happening back and forth, a lot of nades being thrown. But we are still mainly in that farming simulation phase where teams are just looting, and looting. Okay. Neon Outlaws, I do have my eyes on them. I'm really worried about them right now. I'm hoping, I think everybody's looking out for them. Look, especially their fans in the chat right now are going to be asking questions as to what exactly is wrong and happening at this start of the game. OTEC, however, did happen to load into this game as well as Elevate or ELVT. I'm not sure what exactly the name stands for right now, but I would argue it's Elevate. I'm guessing not. We're looking, seeing them with their first appearance today in all 4 maps. So if they're going to do anything, it's going to be spectacular because they are in a very bad spot. 0 points literally on the table for those 2 teams. Literally 0 points, dead zero. So if they're going to find any value whatsoever, it's got to be an absolute huge number if they're going to make any move up that table. But at the moment, though, 18 teams are still left. We are at the 4-minute mark and we have 2 minutes till we start to make our way towards stage 2. And right now, all teams are just, still trying to get their loots up and their farms up, pick up enough ammunition, enough utilities as well as we eventually start to go into areas where a lot of team fights are going to happen. But look at this map, though. There's going to be blade here and there's going to be a fight happening. Yang finds that kill and it's looking like Royal Academy are in a good spot, position to go and get a full wipeout. Maybe. Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Royal Academy, though. Welcome back, Torix.
Thank you, man. Thank you. But at the same time, we're seeing these kind of engagements, the fights that are happening in its entirety. So far, Smiley's in the vicinity where we did see him get into that engagement amongst the rest of the players. But it's still not enough for the player to actually make a difference at this point in time. But look at that. S power, in fact, at this area. He's making sure that those engagements are happening, but Quantum Rage is going to be the one that's going to get eliminated and out of the match right here and now. Team RAG, Smoker, Yang, all the 4 players, they're still alive, they're still awake. But one thing that I really wanted to ask, you guys can fill up the fuel tanks of the cars, but what about the horses? Do you guys feed the carrot or something? How do you guys get that stamina back up?
I wish I could answer that question, but this is one thing that I can't really answer. I'm gonna guess they just pet him. They call him a good boy, and he's like, "Oh, thank you." And he's going, "Yeah." he goes all jumping mode. Maybe that's it. We can never tell. We are never going to find out. But in the meantime, though, we have 17 more teams. There's 1 team already that got wiped out, and ends up looking grim really for them, and that's gonna be QRMU. Quantum Rage, who, they've had a couple good showings so far, but they are still on that number 12 spot. And here we go. I can see the beautiful black horse, and he's just, he's going to pick up 2 teammates, and yeah, they go. Good boy. I'm going to go into bunny hop in here, my friend.
Oh my God. But 17 teams. We started with 16, then we moved to 15, and now finally there's one more team that has joined up in this match, and making a total of 17 teams. Moon Gang, look behind you, man. Look behind you. In the compound as Dark takes not 1, but 2 of the player down on the team PG and straight up annihilates the situation into his own favor. Dorad will definitely get that rescue, will get that revive. At the same time, look at the 3rd player of the team PG as well, PGUD. They're down as well. He is knocked out. So the revive is there, and there is no way in this area where PG, this guy, can actually get that revive for himself. I think he's definitely going to be finished up. A very painful elimination because nobody's going to be able to come inside that Rozog, get that revival done. Maybe OTEC will not receive this elimination because I did see a 3rd party in the premises in the Rozog area, so they might steal that elimination away from the guy. And if that happens, let me tell you, it's gonna be one of the places that I would start cheering that yes, start taking those eliminations away from everybody at this point. Make everyone's blood boil from this point onward. But Vanta coming around, taking another elimination. But wait a minute, PG just comes around and get that rescue done.
Yeah, I'm just able to save extend there barely, but here we go. There's teams and just 1 player. You can see Team Alone only having 1 final player stunned, and he's also critically low. Elevate Esports, being able to load into their very first map out of 4. This is the very first time we are going to be seeing Elevate today, and they are already at number 17 on the table with their very first elimination, and they started to look good. So maybe he can give us a lot more to, to show for. They can have a little bit of a showing going into the last 2 maps. So far, so good. Freestyle, one more kill. Oh, that's a knockdown. Well, the confirmation though is trying to find it, but the man is behind that tree solid. So I mean, you can decide to go and push him, but that's going to be a very wrong move. He's going to have teammates waiting around the corner for you. But so far, so good. 16 teams in the tally are left. There's 2 teams already having wiped out. Team Alone and of course Quantum Rage have been put out of the equation.
We have to see. Quantum Rage, with that, they're gone. That's for sure. From 17, now we're down to 16. But it does not mean that they will not do good into the next matches. We still have 2 more matches for them in which they can secure a decent amount of points, a decent number of points for themselves, and maybe move forward into the next stage as well if they're really, really careful of the situation. But not that guy is in front of the team VANTA so far. But VANTA, they are not over pushing. Rather, they're looking everywhere. Look at that. On the top of the mountain where OBK is residing, Eldorad, they're getting some shots connected on them. That's a damage. That's a knock almost. That what could have been done. That could have been done, but still not enough that the knock could have happened. But there we go. Fabian comes around, takes down Dark. Dark gets finished instantly by Thugger. And with this, it's a knock, it's a finisher. Coming around the premises, back and forth. It's happening. The bickering. A general gets knocked down this time around, but Logic comes in on the top of this Rozok hill. The rod gets a damage. It gets a knockdown. Now Fabian is coming in and close to the proximity, but already OTEC, they're gone. They're done.
They're gone and they're done, and yep, not the best sport for them. But look at Elevate though. I didn't say this was their very first map. Don't forget that. And you already have 4 eliminations on the board. I can tell you that this team, if they had started from the map 1, they might have done a lot more than this. So I'm really sad that they did not start from map 1. But I mean, they can make something wild. They join attacking in the second half, and they have 3 maps to showcase what they're made of. And so far, they are made of absolutely steel as they're trying to get the cross map there. That's going to be Fabian trying to get the cross map. He did say not that guy, rather that guy, but he's not going to confirm that here. It's that guy able to play on really safe and escape the beating there. So far, so good. 15 more teams on the board. 3 teams already have been sent back to the Gulag, waiting for them on Miramar. But in the meantime, we are still in Erangel, and we are still just in stage 1. We are making our way to stage 2 now, right now. You know that.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to the stage number 2. Stage number 2 has actually commenced already. And having Rozok inside that circle, oh, let me tell you, the circle definitely went south at this time, because now, as it's inside of that circle, that Rozok is inside of that circle, this is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on so many teams. First of all, Rozok is going to be contested by so many people at this point in time. Why? Because they want that centralized position for themselves. And Neon Outlaws taking that fight. Solo guy that was remaining with the 2 eliminations, he's gone. He's dead. He's done. And Neon Outlaws, with this, it's over for them. The top place can definitely be taken by HORZ at this point in time. If they decide to play this match really good, they get like 10 eliminations, even a hashtag number 2. They get that number 1 placement. They straight up take over Neon Esports and get that top placement for themselves. But elevate versus Wild Bros. The fight's happening. The gun goes on the reload. Z gets off the car, shoots again on the Monarch, but Monarch gets behind the car as well. It goes prone. The car gets destroyed. There is no way, there is no place where Monarch can go right now. But Z, as soon as he moves, the shots come around, and Monarch is like, yeah, I don't need no car. I just want to get those eliminations, and that's exactly what he does.
Exactly what the man does, no doubt. If you're, right now we have 13 more teams. We already have 5 teams put down. One of those notable teams are going to be Freestyle. They've had so many good runs this whole tournament so far, but they've not been able to get any major landings, and they keep getting wiped out at random times. And of course, if you're looking at the number 1 team as well, and you're Outlaws, who have been wiped out in only 2 eliminations, and right now, if you're HORZ, you're like you said, they are looking at bagging that number 1 spot because they already have 4 eliminations on the board. All they need to do now is make sure they get maximum placement points and a couple more eliminations, and I promise you, they are going to lock down that number 1. And if you're the Neon Outlaws, you completed the first half second half so far is not looking to be on your favor, as we have 13 more teams and we are 5 teams away from going to that placement point start.
Oh my god. The fights are happening back and forth. Even if it was the Erangel one, even if we were like looking at the fact that, okay, this map could have like had a slow pace, nah, they're like, yeah, let's just throw it out of the window and just go straight at it. Neon gets finished. That you have to remember, because now Team VANTA, they have the chance of securing that #1 place, but as soon as I call them out, VANTA Legacy just gets finished off. And that's my Castro curse, my bad, VANTA. But HORZ Esports, now with the 4 eliminations, they're ready, and they're definitely in the match to get that #1 spot.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. 12 more teams, 39 more players. Stage 2 about to make its way now for Stage 3 in a minute mark, and counting down very freaking fast. Actually, no, in 2 minutes, actually. Are going to be making our way towards that Stage 3 in 2 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock, but 12 more teams, a lot of pre and sprays, a lot of cross mappings, but a lot of valleys being found. If you're MZANSI United, you've had quite a couple of good games as well, but still not being able to get, any solid points. You're #7 though, I think that's quite solid enough, but you need to be able to get way more than that if you want to go and finish potentially in that top 5 and lock down a possible spot. But I mean, we don't forget, it's the top 8 teams from today and the top 8 teams from yesterday that are going to the grand final. So I mean, it's only, you need to be in that top 8 right now. And if you're MZ, you're kind of safe. If you're freestyle, you're kind of safe. But it's just you're not even looking safe for the next 2 maps if you're gonna have things disclosed at that bottom 7, 8, 9, and 10. So you need to make sure you're getting as much elimination points and as many placement points as you can rack up. And so far, so good. We are about to hit that 16-minute mark, and one more kill gets found, and it's going to be an MZ player put down, as they are going to drop to just 1.5. Because the last one's critically low, and it might just be down to the 1 final player. You might get wiped out here, my brother. Oh my god.
They might get wiped out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. United Legends, they just get wiped out by the HORZ, but HORZ, they're going to lose 2 of their players. In comparison to securing those 3 eliminations from 4 to 7, they definitely go. But now, with those 7 eliminations to their name, they're down to the last 2 players. So we still have a lot of teams, with 4 men standing into the game, but you have to make sure that you're maintaining that top 8. Yeah, this part of the game, like the semifinals, does not matter that much onto the who's #1, who's #2, but you have to make sure that you're practicing against all of these teams to your fullest, so you can actually have a better chance to the grand finals when you're once again going to go right in front of each other, back and forth, again and again. But Elevate Esports, they're going to lose 1 of their players, but have 10 eliminations to their side. P Guidance just got finished off, and that 10 elimination, Elevate is definitely elevating. Before this match, they were not even in the game. They did not join the first 3 matches, and that is why they had 0 points. But this match, they join in, and they just straight up get 10 elimination numbers with 10 points. It's an amazing start. But Yasna Poliana and the bridge of Yasna Poliana is inside of that circle. I get some water, not a lot of water.
Some water, man. It's just a straight stream of water there. The game heard you, man. They said, okay, fine. We might not give you what you want, but we're going to give you a little taste of it. So here you go. And 9 more teams, and of course, like you did say, Elevate, my god, they just came and now they have the most eliminations in the lobby, and this is their very first map out of 4, because they've not been able to connect in for the last 3 maps, and they finally do, and they are shredding through everybody. Imagine they'd been here the whole time now, but I mean, we're never going to know what would have happened, and we're going to have to leave it only to speculation. But in the meantime, though, they currently have the most eliminations in the whole lobby, and can they find a way to get good placement as well, to go and boost their chances and their place on the current table. TikTok Titans, however, I've had so much hope and so much eyes on this, guys, but they've somehow put me down every single time. Maybe this is the one map where they finally start to get a little bit of life and may probably make their way into that top 8. But 9 more teams, 18 minutes on the clock, about to hit that 90-minute mark, and we have a little more time till we start to head into stage 4.
There's still a time for the stage number 4. And the way this lobby is going, let me tell you, we're definitely going to see a lot of fights while we're going to go into the stage number 4. One is in your front side. One is right next to your eyes. That's 3 players of the WB. Gets finished off. Last man standing. That is Goblin. A lot of shots, but the player barely survives. Heals himself. Now back to the 75. He's going to be ready to take that action. But what action? The question is, what action? A minute ago, 10 seconds ago, this was a full squad, and now it's almost a no squad whatsoever, down to the last man standing. And the worst part is, the team has not even secured a single elimination in the match. They were kind of going passive, and that passiveness cost them way too much.
Way too much. But look at HORZ though. Did you have 8 eliminations on the board with 47 points at the time? And placement is what could possibly give them an hour. One more team force, that's going to be Wild Bros. And like you did say, 20 to 30 seconds ago, they had a 4-man, and now they have nil man. They are gone and dusted, and they are going to the next map to go and wait. So that's going to be Miramar. But in the meantime, we have our final 8 teams here who are now going to potentially get placement points. And if you elevate, I mean, you could not have asked for better, as they have all 4 men standing on absolute full HP. So elevate, why did you wait up until this map to go and connect? Is there something of a storyline being cooked? Is there something we should go and expect right now? Because these boys, they're looking properly positioned to go and properly win the lobby, but they have to go through HORZ, they have to go through block with 4 players, and they also have to go through SDNE and TikTok Titans, who also have 4 players on their side. Actually, even Royal Academy.
Oh, yeah. That is for sure. But still, that 20-minute marker is giving red flags to me for some reason. Because as soon as this stage is going to end, that stage number 4 is going to occur. You already saw how small that radius was. Nobody's going to be safe from the circle, from the wrath of the circle, from the wrath of the players at this point in time. The spray comes around. Raiden tries his level best to connect some kind of shots, but X-Works not only dodges every single one of them, but also does a lot of damage on the retaliation. He did a lot of damage. Now, Nova Rain, the guys, the 3-man standing, that is still in the circle. They're trying their level best to get some more engagements, but S1, they're going to lose one of their players, and that one player could have been crucial. But another circle shift, once again, this time it's Yasnaya Poliana and that puddle, that lake of Yasnaya Poliana inside. So almost 45%, I would say, of the radius of the circle is not accessible for the teams. They go in the water, they're stranded, they are done, they have no way to defend themselves.
You're right there. I mean, it's all down to this one right now, and they have all 4 players still. They're just looking to dominate this lobby, and I think they can. HORZ Esports still have 2 players standing, so you're going to have to go through those guys because they so desperately need that number 1 spot. And they have their eyes on it, no doubt. They have their eyes locked in on it. Only 4 points between them now and the side of Neon. So surely they are going to get that point. They are going to get that number 1. All they need to do is at least get top 5, top 4, and they surely are going to get that spot. But now we're going to see Sierra 1 Esports get wiped out. And of course, Elevate are doing a lot of damage as these guys are number 16 on the table right now in just one single map. And they're looking like they could boost their chances a lot more, even higher than that. Thorga finds a kill. Raiden walks into that one. TikTok Zaidi finds an Elevate player, puts him down. Murdoch now gets a trade. Ragnar falls. The TikTok Titans in a very bad spot as they are going to get confronted by Elevate, and they are going to get put down. It's only one final player standing. Can he sign? Can he defend this up against 3 players standing for the side of Elevate, man?
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is going good. This is going good. Ragnar, he was knocked out, and the player went so out of his way to secure that elimination. He got the elimination with that car, and after that, he's just coming back. He's like, yeah, I got my elimination. I'm coming back. But 13 elimination to elevate esports is a huge number. HORZ, they're here with the 9 eliminations, 2 for themselves. Only 4 more to go. Maximum 5 eliminations, and they will easily be hashtag number 1 with either a 1 point of a difference or maybe no point of a difference whatsoever. But Royal Academy, Rag, Yang, he's the guy that is trying to find out the players of Elevate Esports. He's the guy that has the 3 eliminations out of the 4 for the team.
Yep. 7 more teams, by the way. And if you're a horror as well, you start looking for that placement point. At least top 5, top 4. You can even get top 1. Why not? Who's stopping? Not only stopping you, mind you. They are, yeah, just about. If I'm not mistaken, again, Martin's for me 5 points away from that #1 spot, so they could definitely get it locked in here. But Elevate Esports are the dark horse, and I mean, Torix, in just one map, they are now number 13 in just one map. Out of 4 maps, they missed 3 of them. And in just one map, they've risen to number freaking 13. Can you make this up? Can you make this up?
Hey, let me tell you, they get a winner with a chicken dinner, they will straight up into the top 7. Top 7 spot easily taken by them because 23 points with the winner with a chicken dinner they will have if they stay on this kind of elimination numbers. The more they get, the higher ranking they will be. So from 0, from 20 all the way to the number 3, number 4 is a possibility for them if they want it for themselves. They have to work it out. They have to get that winner with a chicken dinner if they want to really get it. But 7 placements, a jump of 7 placements is a huge one on its own, but I don't blame them. Like, look at that. Number 19, number 20, they have 0 points. Number 1, like 18, they have 1, then 4, then 11, 12, 13. But yeah, having 13 eliminations on its own in just a single match that you just joined is a very, very huge one.
It is. They just have the glazing there. BRDP, the only team alongside Royal Academy with 4 players still standing strong. And I mean, they look like they want it all. Those 2 teams. Nova Reigns as well. They've made it to the top 7. They have 3 players. I think I just jinxed it because now 1 player's about to get knocked down there. And there we go. 7 more teams, 18 more players. We're going to hit that 26-minute mark, and it's looking a little bit tense. And very soon, we are making our way to stage 6 in 25 seconds. The play zone is about to get restricted. So, yeah, we freaking go. The action is on. Elevating the very, well, I wouldn't say the best sport to be in. They don't have the high ground. We do have the RAG boys from. We look like we have the better ground, yeah. And if they can get any value whatsoever, any information given out, they could put down Elevate. But look at Rainy, oh my god, they could get he backstab on Elevate here if we're not careful.
There's a possibility that can happen, but Mafi just getting knocked down. The guy that has the most elimination from the Nova Rain, he's down on his knees. From the backside, we're seeing Iceman coming around, Blood Pact, the Malefic, throwing the grenades, all the Molotovs that he can possibly conjure. He's throwing it away, but ooh, Iceman, no way. He's surviving on that strand of Silverline HP. 1 more grenade and he could have been down. He could have gone down. Nova Rain opening doors, closing doors, opening once again, throwing that grenade, not making any connections, but it's a retaliation that's happening. King is here. The grenade just popped right on his face, his own face. But before that can happen, that shotgun that made a connection. And TikTok Titans, the way that they were going ahead, they were taking the fight, it definitely bite them back. Elevate Esports is happening the same for them. They were definitely going forward, but right now the situation is not looking good for them. But Team NVR, they're closing in. Orcs, he is down. Iceman making a connection again, and he will definitely finish the player up. MVR King, Nova Rain King, the solo man, a 1v1 that is definitely going to ensue. Before any of that can happen, I think he's going to go for that rescue. But Iceman, you need to go. I need you to think fast. Either you're going to go for that engagement, which you should have gone with that DBS in hand, but now that you have not, you are off to go for that rescue, for that revival. But that revival is not going to happen as Gyarados gets knocked out, finished up. Once again, as soon as he gets up, the Molotov makes short work of Iceman, and he gets melted right there. And then Iceman done. Gyarados out of the water, straight up onto the land. No survivability, and NVR King, Zorks, did a beautiful job.
5 more Tims, my brother, 5 more Tims. But mind you, HORZ Esports is still there. That's one team that you want to have every eye possible on. Royal Academy have made it up to the top 5, and they have all 4 players still standing. Well, obviously, Sports are going to get wiped out of there. It's 4 more Tims, Blood Pact, Royal Academy, HORZ Esports, have no boot range. Elevate not able to make it out to that top 4, unfortunately. But anyways, though, I'm very sure they're going to have a very good spot in that table, and they have 2 more maps again to go and showcase what they're possibly made of. And how does Esports look like? They want to be the first team to go and get 2 maps today. We did think it was going to be Neon Outlaws, but HORZ look like they wanted a lot more, and they are definitely now the #1 team, no matter what happens after this particular map. They are now definitely taking that #1 spot. So if you're Neon Outlaws, you've held it for 3 back-to-back maps, but in map 4, things have started to fall apart. But look at HORZ now, it's the 1 player. Oh my god! Look at all those nades being thrown. He's in a very bad spot. Nades are being thrown, smokes are being thrown. They all know exactly what the man is at, and they want to put him down at all freaking costs. And he's alone to band against the wolves. But look at the Road Academy, they have 4 players in a 4v1v2, actually a 4v1v1 low-key. So Royal Academy are well positioned to win the whole thing here, Torix.
Oh my god, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir! It is the top 3, now down to a top 2, I do believe, so yes it is. HORZ Esports once again close to that proximity off that hashtag #2, but the sprays comes around. Lyrad barely managed to get that knockdown done, and now Tam's coming in, get those eliminations, Hammer gets finished off. It is all over, ladies and gentlemen. We have another winner, chicken dinner. Match #4 concluded. We're done. We're more than done with the half day. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 more matches remain now with Miramar and Rondo. But this Erangel was a beautiful one.
Oh my god, beautiful sins. And we're not going to see a team claim it twice so far. Royal Academy are going to get their very fast winner chicken dinner, and they are going to make it in grand freaking style. A total of 11 eliminations on that side, and this is the very first game where we had actually, didn't see any Neon Outlaws get any bit of eliminations. I think they only had 2 on the board, but HORZ Esports were so badly fighting for that #1 spot, and now they finally have it by the 2nd placement point, and of course the amount of eliminations they got in that last map. Clean work from them, but you have to give a kudos to Royal Academy for finishing that game strong, as they are going to get their very first #1, and it's going to be on none other than Erangel.
It is the Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, match #4, 64 eliminations with 73 knockouts. 21 were given out in this game with 139 throwables used. 15,000 is going to be the damage with 11 headshots, and now the survival time in this match with a total of almost 19 hours and 30 minutes with 315 kilometers of the distance totally traveled by everyone, and a total of heals of 5,105.
That's a very insane start as usual. By the little kills. The MVP, of course, is going to be from HORZ Esports, and they've at least gotten, they should have gotten about 2 or 3 MVPs in the whole day. I'm sure they've just been everywhere in terms of kills and eliminations, and just dominated all the maps so far. They've been that team to watch out for. They've lucky been our Team Pride, but I don't think they've been able to give us the performance Team Pride gave us, but they are quite close on that contrary. But 5 eliminations for the man, 5 knocks, 5 and 5, 1 assist, 873 damage for him, and a 29-minute survival time. Clean work for them. But these are the match standings for post-match 4.
Match standings for the match at #4. Royal Academy with the chicken and 21 total points, but elevate. They got eliminated on the hashtag #6, and still they have 14 eliminations for themselves. That 14 elimination speaks for itself, as 16 total points comes around the equation. And suddenly that HORZ Esports, the performance they showed up, it has also been fell down onto the hashtag #3 with 15 total points, 12 for the Nova Rain. A Blood Pact gets 10. And slowly and steadily, that all comes down to the Wild Bros, Undisputed Prime, Alone Esports, and Quantum Rage MU with 0 points to their fraction. OTEC, Freestyle, United Legends, they need to do something really good now from this point onward if they want to stay into the top 8, or if they want to get into the top 8, because otherwise I don't think that's going to be a possibility for them. But going on to the overall top players. The top 5, it is 2 in fact at this time of Neon with not that guy and that guy. There's HORZ Emperor, KYN with 16 elimination. In the middle, there's VANTA Legends Legacy, in fact, with Cider Goat. And last but not the least, NVR's Matthew.
Yeah, sorry for... Well, I think you can see Neon starting to lose that, dominance they had all day long. It's just that guy, not that guy, being able to lock it down. Every other person just, falling off for their side. But well, we're still saying, VANTA Legacy having a player, HORZ Emperor, of course, making his way to that top 2 now. And of course, we have Nova Rain Maffy also staying in that top 5. And the overall players are on lock and loaded. But I'm pretty sure that's going to change drastically as we make our way to our last 2 maps of the day. And I think today, I'm going to argue, is a lot faster than yesterday, I think, Dorix. What do you think? What do you say?
I mean, at this point in time, we're just waiting for these top 8s to get out, and then we can compare them to the day number 1s, like the day 1s team, like how they performed it up, how they were dominating, how they were not, because so far it's more than half of the day done, and we're still barely above the 50 point marker. Exactly. Yesterday that was already crossed down to 80, 85 in this match, between this match, if you remember correctly. So having 54, 53 points clearly shows that, okay, everybody's capable here. Everybody's doing an amazing job in standing and securing those points for themselves. But you have to take into the factor that tomorrow you're going to be playing against the team that played the day number 1. They were dominating the way they were aggressing, and you need to do that aggression yourself if you want to stand, if you want to have any chance of standing against them.
Yeah, that's the one thing. You need to be able to, give that level of aggression, because we know teams like Pain Africa, teams like Team Pride, teams like 2 All-Stars, teams like Synthesis, those guys, my God, the amount of aggression they have. I think the only team in this whole table so far that has given me that level of aggression would be Elevate. I haven't really seen anybody. Outlaws gave me a little bit, but then they're not as consistent. You see Elevate just come in and then just come and dominate 14 eliminations in a single map there, and I think they're the only ones that have given me any bit of momentum so far, and I need to see a lot more of that if we're going to be able to compete against those teams in the first set of 20 teams. But anyways, though, we have one more Miramar, more Rondo, and we're going to find out who's going to be going to the actual grand finals tomorrow, where we, of course, we're going to have a reset. All the points we've got there in the past 2 days, they're going to mean nothing going into the grand finals. Clean slate and a chance at absolute glory.
Oh, the chance of securing that glory for the Community Series Africa starts tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, this was the match number 4. Before heading to the match number 5, once again, it is time to take a short break. Stay here, stay with us, enjoy the highlights. Today, it's the top 8 from yesterday. They have qualified for the grand finals. We just got that confirmation. No, Rack Smoker, he just got smoked out of the game. And Cider Goat comes around and just did a lot of damage. No fire, and now made any kind of effect of the time around. He blew up that again.
He's to move that. And Nathan had it all. So who finds him? Put them down there. And then again, sugar in 10 seconds. That's the first time we went out with 5 pounds. It's like, yo, trade power, you're going to get punched. Yeah, something not fucking very good. Into talking about that I hope
also gone. Z got a damage from the grenade. Still, it did not do any damage. That was a splash, and that's gone. It's over.
Outlaws around this one. There's a lot of mates. Rondo in the very back spot. I think they know exactly where the one's going to come from. Oh, he's going to get knocked out there.
Yeah, we kind of delayed any choice on the Outlaws. Yes, Alpha is grenade. Isn't going to connect. Even on
the hard face, he's going to get put out there. Finally, he falls. Outlaws is going to be that guy. It's not
coming steady within the base. Again, that didn't get a if he had like spray it out, versus the spray out, he could have had that position from the back side, from the back side, from the back side. That's he's definitely correct. There's also the opportunity to be out, being a finished up. Young at least that secured one elimination from now Young gets finished.
Eventually get punished. Very open sports. I see the man behind him running right there. And so his team is close to him. He's got baby. Looks like he wants to go down beyond that.
One direction to the other one. They are making sure that the guys are going back and
Playing left alongside the children to go and defend the right now. But 214 yeah, I have to do anything to go and stay alive. I'm not being chased yet. Look in between two teams. A rock and a hard place. And of course, some sports, esports. He's trying to get that kill, but I don't think very happy going through that. Then we're going to chase on and out. My God.
One back. Just got to win the whole esports. Now that's an elimination. The jump fire comes around there, but the real duration is going to start right here at the old stage. Down the third party is connecting alongside the S1 that was flying. And next one, oh my God, he's just going to 1v2 them.
Exactly 16 points. Off of pressure.
Inside, that's your game.
Because not a single, and they might get it now. He's also critically low. Like he's going to go anywhere to the window. He was going to go low. He's going to. He has him. It's blocked part. Fast kill forward. What are you going to do?
Rex, in fact, after 29
he's sticking absolutely can. I mean, he's falling more. So on esports matches, we are now at the land of no more esports. So kind of first next point, however, you need to go point that back and point to the front, especially if you're on the mid match. And we have put down, you are going to 41, you fall through. We only have 7, make that 6.
Oh yeah, it is the first five, ladies and gentlemen, as Molestic just eliminated. Bunny! Look at it. General is here, looking at the side. Smiley, and Smiley gets to utilize that to the bullets. But by 14 points down, the hammer is here. That's just the hammer. He's definitely going to put on that hand up. That's a companion that we're seeing. But that companion, the whole gang, look behind you, man. Look behind you. In the compound, dark pig. Nothing. That's the opposite of the
last particularly low, we might actually be down to one final deck. Might be one final here, oh my God.
That's why, get white on the
when between them now and the side of the door, so shoot just one single man. It's looking like you can forget judging a lot more. It could go past in a very last point, as they are very unfortunate by anything than we are.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, after this break. And the match number 5 on its way. This is Torix. With me, it is Tori once again for the match number 5 as well. But Yes, the way Erangel went, I can only assume how amazing that Miramar is going to become, and where the circle is definitely going to take its place will also determine how fast that pace of the game is going to be. But aside from all of this, so far, as we were talking about the overall ranking before heading into the break, Tori, I'm kind of amazed to say that everybody, at least into the top 6, top 7, they're doing their part.
Yeah, it's a lot closer than yesterday's game where it was just one team got 30 points, 20 points, so like the difference is so clear among everybody. But today it's a lot closer. It's 56, 55, 54. Though it's all everybody is making sure they keeping things as close as they possibly can, and everybody is aimed at that number 1 spot, and it literally can still go the way of any of those top 5, top 6, top 7 teams. But I mean, Miramar and Rondo, we start now to get into the actual aggressive gameplay, especially on Rondo. I mean, we're saving the best for the last. But in the meantime, Miramar as well, another amazingly huge map, which can be very, very aggressive if the players do decide to go play like that. But I mean, if you're in Outlaws now, there's so much at stake. You've been dominant the whole day. You've had 3 back-to-back maps where you're number 1 going into map 4, and then all of a sudden, HORZ Esports comes out of nowhere and they have taken it away from you. So, are you going to let your throne be usurped, or are you going to find a way to go and claim it back? We're going to find out now.
Oh, we're definitely going to find out what's going to happen at this point in time, because right now, what we're seeing, the kind of engagements, it's good. It's nice. But one thing that you have to realize as a fact is that you only got like 2 more matches. You either make it or you break it. This is the moment. This is the time to make it or break it. The bottom line teams that you have nothing to lose, but you have everything to gain. You can gain that number 8 spot for yourself. You can gain the chance to get into the grand finals from this. So do whatever you're doing. Do whatever you can, whatever you can possibly conjure, any potion, anything that can help you. Just go with it and straight up start aggressing. Even if not, try to demolish the other team from that top spot so the other can stay there.
No doubt. I think that's one thing that's going to be echoed over and over again. Demolition, wherever it's going to come from. But I think one team, of course, our dark horse that now we're all going to be a little bit inclined towards watching. That's going to be that Elephant Esports side. I think a lot of us now are going to have a little bit of eyes on them to see how far up the table they can climb from literal number 20. They are now number 13 in just 1 map. So how far up can they keep climbing in the next 2 maps? Miramar and Rondo, it might be their playground, or we might just have a all too exaggerated. But I mean, speaking about Miramar, speaking about maps, speaking about action, we are about to head into the desert looking map, and right now every of the 16 or 17 or 18 teams are going to load in. Hopefully we even get more than that this time, maybe 20 teams loaded in, because this is about to be the second to last map, and this is where all the teams now have to lock in however they can.
Oh my god, now it's the time, now it's the move to see what's going to happen in this match. As match number 5, the second last match of the day commences. We go in and we see the plane line from Oasis all the way down, hovering over from the Los Leones. A good plane line, an amazing plane line. Everybody has a chance of securing their own good spot right now at this point in time. But you have to realize one thing, is the fact that the circle might not be into the sphere of the plane line. It might go to a different direction, depending on how it's going to be made. So we ought to wait for the circle first and foremost before making any kind of assumptions that, okay, where it is going to go, where is it going? And I do hope that this time it definitely goes towards the northern, but nope. Before I can even say that, the circle was like, yeah, whatever you're thinking, just keep that in between you and just don't not say that. But I still said that. It's going to go south. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the circle once again contradicting me.
Yeah, it says, oh my god, whatever Torek says, we're gonna do the exact opposite, and that's what we have. That's what happened literally the whole day, not just today, but also from yesterday. So Torek's, man, you must be the king of jinx. The cast is cursed, destinified. That's him, Torek's guys. Well, here we go. The action already started. TikTok Ragnar. is going to get put down first, and he's going to be first blooded, and that can't be given the TikTok Titans. They're going to lose one man. OTEC are going to connect into the game, but just with one person connected? That doesn't look good.
You have to see what's going to happen. So far, SLNT and LKS, they have not joined this game, but the rest of the teams, 18 teams, they have joined in. They're in the game. OTEC lost already a player, and they're down to the last one remaining. Wait, TikTok Titans, what's going on with you guys? You also lost 2 of your players at early stages by Ryla? Man, what is going on with this lobby?
I have no idea. It's like the lobby of death. Everybody's falling so fast. The game just started, and it's looking like a Rondo map here. Everybody's just falling so freaking fast. But for OTEC, though, I don't know how and why they connected with only one player. It makes no sense to me. I'm really probably guessing they're having major connectivity issues in their side, which is actually so sad because you'd expect so much from a team like OTEC, who, also just like Elevate have only been able to connect for about 3 maps. Elevate only 2 maps right now. It was 1 before, now it's 2. OTEC probably 2, and now it's 3. So, man, you'd expect so much from those underdogs finding their way back up the table, but I don't think OTEC really are going to have anything to go and say with just the 1 player connecting in. But at the moment, the car's going to get exploded there, and okay, a lot of drops are going to get picked up here, my friend.
You get a free airdrop loot from this car. You have to remember this. You can get that MG3, you can get that FAMAS, you can get any of that airdrop exclusive gun from this. On top of that, that level 3 Helmet West armor, everything that you need for your safety, you're definitely going to find it here. But aside from all of this, we also have to talk about the teams that may or may have not got into the fight. HORZ, Neon, Team VANTA, all of the guys that are on the top 3 so far. And everybody in general, we saw that map. Nobody's kind of close by to each other's proximity that we can say that, yeah, this is the team that could have gone into the fight.
Yeah, but really, I do agree with that. It's like the 1 player is going to be Doc, and he's just praying, lying down, and probably saying his prayers to God. Because at this point, he might need to say a lot of those prayers. He's the only player on their side, and I don't think he wants to go and have any unnecessary engagements. He's not Superman. He's apparently not Kal-El. But anyways, so far, so good. Elevate yet to get their own first elimination. Royal Academy, who just won the last lobby, already have their first 2 eliminations on the board. The Loctite team alone is what we have 1. And everybody else just playing this map very slow. They just, the farming simulation, get a lot of loot before they start shooting. And we finally see 1 player fall for MZ. And that's going to be a lot of Mimi being confirmed. The kill is going to be confirmed. And he's going to get put down.
Oh, he's definitely getting put down at this point in time. But yes, still, 5 minutes passed. And Mufasa, he's trying his level best with that Thompson. Come on, man. Go. Rush with this Thompson. This is 1 gun, the Tommy gun, that you can definitely secure at least 2 players. But Janosco, you're good, buddy. Are you good? That's my question, because that was a mistap from this guy, and he was like, yeah, no, run. That's exactly what it was in his mind. I can tell you that for sure. But Hamoudi, Janosco, both know each other's location.
Yeah, but now we're restricting play. The play is under 30 seconds, so we are about to make our way to stage 2 eventually soon. So players are going to have that info given out, so now they have to start making their way towards the inner circle because you don't want to be outside, especially on a map like Miramar. You don't want to be anywhere outside the playable zone. 18 more teams on the board, and nobody has been wiped out. Everybody's still standing strong, including OTEC, who have just 1 man that was able to go and load in. For TikTok Titans, however, they've already lost 2 players and they only have 2 standing. If you're Neon, so far no eliminations. HORZ Esports so far no eliminations, but they both in pretty at number 1 and number 2, and they are playing it very careful, very safe. And you can just see it looks like every team on the map have like their own segment. The only couple of teams that are close to each other, they're in different houses opposite one another. So there's no forced aggression or forced team fight that has to come through anytime soon.
Man, I wanted that force fight, force aggression from everybody, at least in this match, because Rondo is going to be a destructive one. But what happens when you don't have an extra life, when you don't have that extra chance of coming back into the game? I wanted to see that aggression happen at that time by all of the players, which, of course, I'm not going to see at this point in time. But circle wise, yeah, the northern region does look kind of shady at this point in time, because the moment somebody's going to enter and the player which are entering, they will definitely engage into the fight. The other fight is happening at the Partona area, at the hard southern side, near the waters, Quantum Rage, MZ1. These are the two teams that have been here for quite some time, but both of them are like, yeah, you first or you first.
You first, truly. All teams are still standing, man. That's the one thing to actually put on board as well. Every team still standing strong in the 8-minute mark, and this might be the longest so we haven't been wiped out, I think, today. I might be mistaken there, but 8 minutes in and not a single team wiped out? Wow, sign me up. OTEC, though, still the one player. TikTok Titans, 2 players left. Wolves on 3 players. MZ as well, also on 3 players. Everybody else in the lobby looking like they have all 4 players ready for the action and ready to go, and they are just waiting to get confronted, and they can start, dealing all that shooting and all that nade throws, utility usage, and they can start to find value for their side. But so far, so good, though. We are about to head into stage 2 in the next 3 minutes. I think we lost Stoics there for a little bit again. Well, here we go. And right now, at this point in time, if you're Neon, I think we've been talking about Neon a little bit too much, but they do this after we talked about. They were in the lead for 3 back-to-back maps, and on map 4 they fell out, so they have to find a way now to reclaim their throne, but it's not going to be one easy fit to go and accomplish. And for Freestyle, they've been dishing out good numbers the whole time, but just not having placement points there, and Majestic able to confirm that kill, the knockdown found, and it's going to be, I can't really pronounce your name, but I'm going to call you Bra gets put down there, and he's going to be knocked down. The kill not yet confirmed, and the Heart of P Guardians, they've just been having really bad lobbies. They've had 1 elimination every single lobby, and that has amounted to 4 points, and that's why they still at number 17. So 1 elimination every single lobby and no placement points, that is going to get you absolutely nowhere. You have to find a way now to start making something work, start getting eliminations, and as well possibly start getting those placement points. And in the meantime, on the table, only 1 team able to get 2 eliminations. That's going to be Royal Academy as usual. They did win the last lobby in Erangel. Can they not win 2 back-to-back maps? I'm hoping so. I want to see a team win that. We didn't see any team win 2 back-to-back maps today. We did see 1 team, however, win 2 different Erangels, and that was Pain Africa. But we want to see a team win 2 back-to-back maps, and Royal Academy look like they are the last team that can actually do that for us on this map 5, or whoever wins this one can possibly win Rondo as well. But in the meantime, though, everybody's standing still, 18 teams, and I'm just getting tired of saying the number 18 after the 10-minute mark. Why?
Oh my God, you and I both, brother. You and I both at this point. Oh my God, 18 out of 18. Not a single team eliminated. That's the most frustrating part of the Miramar, in my opinion, that nobody gets eliminated at early stages. But there we go. Guidance comes in to guide some players out. Did he just accepted his defeat? Like, okay, after this 1 elimination, yeah, there's 3 of you. I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to stay in one place. You're going to eliminate me at that time. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. TikTok Titans, in the meanwhile, they get finished up too. P Good and T Titans. The Titan... TikTok Titans, they're gone. 2 teams, back-to-back, one after another, just gone, poof, out of the game. Maybe even the 3rd one in a short while, but the first circle stage is going to go, the second, in fact, stage is going to go towards the southern side areas. Hard South, Los Leones, the open areas, the southern area of the Los Leones, which we usually call the mines, are also right now accessible for the teams.
So it's closing in. So if you're outside the circle, you need to start making your way towards the circle inside the actual circle. But in the meantime, 16 teams, two just got wiped out. And of course, one of those teams are the TikTok Titans, who have such a mighty name, but they've just not been able to show it all day. And I don't think they're going to be showing it anytime soon. But in the meantime, again, we're looking at that top two teams, and they've not been able to get any value whatsoever in this W. HORZ Esports and Neon Outlaws. They've just been, spectators in, it's not been their world. It's literally been everybody's world, but they even live in it. They're just waiting for anybody to come confront them. But in the meantime, they're just, getting their farm up. Utilities are being farmed. Ammunitions are being farmed. Weapons are being farmed as they await who's going to be able to come at them first. But for VANTA Legacy, though, they do have that 2 elimination mark, and also freestyle. Like I did say, they've been up and gunning the whole game today on all 4 maps, but they've just not been able to get absolutely any placement points. It all comes down to how many eliminations, and then they just get wiped out right before they can get any valid placement points. But in the meantime, though, 16 teams still standing. We are almost at the 13-minute mark, and we have 53 players standing still. But mind you, OTEC, with the 1 player that logged in, are still alive. Wow.
God. Let's see. 13 minutes passed, and still the fights are close to each other's proximity. There we go. The shot's coming around, but Logic Grenade is definitely not going to miss on NVR King. King gets taken down. It's a knock and an elimination number towards the side of Elevate Esports. Elevate is doing an amazing job. I have to give it to them. The way these guys are standing up for themselves, and they're going with those elimination numbers, it's amazing. It's amazing. Even right now, Elevate is now on the hashtag number 12 from 13 in the previous match. Now they're on the number 12. Slowly, they're gradually going up and up and up on the path of that overall ranking. But aside from all of this, we're still seeing some maybe casualties coming around. So be careful whatever these guys are doing. Yeah, you are finding out the players, you know where the opponents are, but that does not mean that you put yourself in the harm's way. Zorix just drowned himself into the water, and Nova Rain, with this, they're gone.
Here we go, brother. Here we go. 15 more teams. The Nova Rains are going to get put down. They are team number 8, but there's absolutely no cushion because the teams below them are dangerously close. Elevate now from number 13, they are through to number 11 with 3 elims already found on this Miramar map. And like I did say, they are the dark horse. We are all watching out for what they are going to be able to accomplish before we head into Rondo, and of course after Rondo ends. But in the meantime, 15 teams are still here. We are about to clock that 15-minute mark, and I'm just looking for seeing, HORZ and Neon. Why are we still on 0 kills both, Torix? What is happening to both of them? Let me find out. One more team gets put down.
Yep. One more team. They just get finished up. But yeah, I have no idea what's going on with HORZ and Neon at this point in time. The way they were doing amazing at the start, now suddenly they're completely going the opposite path. They're going straight up on the passiveness for some reason, and that is not good because VANTA is coming in close with those elimination numbers. Look at that, 44 already secured for a total points. Just 10 more, and they can take down a HORZ from the number 1 placement to the number 2, maybe even the number 3, depending on how Neon X plays it over. But Anu, Freestyle, together, all these teams into the close proximity of the Los Leones, the fight will definitely occur in a short while. Not right now, but in a short while.
Surely, definitely. 14 final teams here. Elevator, one of them. They still want to, looking at 4. Royal Academy did win the last map on Erangel. They're looking like they want to win 2 back-to-back. I was saying before you came back, I was saying I want to see Royal Academy win 2 back-to-back maps. We didn't see that yesterday. We did see a team win 2 maps, yes, but we didn't see a team win 2 back-to-back maps. So can Royal Academy be the first to do that? I'm really hoping maybe because they did win Erangel. Can they win Miramar? Can they possibly do that? It's looking like it's possible. They're still standing. They're currently number 5 on the table, so
We're just hoping they have something to actually, make out work. But in the meantime, though, we're still looking for who's going to find any value. HORZ Esports are already having a fight somewhere on the map, but Emperor able to get that one kill. It's going to be Dog being put down, and finally, we're going to see them get the one elimination that they finally needed to go and get. But meanwhile, they're still sitting pretty at the number one on that table, and I don't think anybody's taking to that place anytime soon, except, of course, placement points are going next things for them.
The second stage closing up, and the third one making a deadly turn towards the Los Leones. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Everywhere where there were like too many teams, the circle was like, yeah, nope. I'm not going there. I'm going to a different direction. This time it's going to go to the east towards the Los Leones. The western side, now the Chumacera area, all the teams that were in the close proximity, now they're panicking. Now they're trying to move ASAP inside of that circle, and that is definitely going to be a very difficult situation. Why? Because of the fact that everyone wants a piece of that circle for themselves, but nobody's going to be able to do that unless you start moving and you start taking that fight. And that fight is definitely happening as the Elevate Esports secured 2 more eliminations, and now from 3 all the way up to the 5 eliminations. From 13 in this match, now they've gone up to hashtag number 10.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. HORZ Esports, on the other hand, though, they do have all 4 players standing. They only scored all 4 players, but not a lot of elimination being found. Anyway, though, they have the highest elims in the whole lobby again. 5 eliminations already bagged, and they are now through to the top 10. I don't think you can make this up, by the way, Torix. I don't think you can make this up. And I've got my eyes and my focus on them. I want to see how far they can go up that table from a literal number 20 to a literal number 10. They are halfway through, and we still have the whole of Miramar left to go, and we still have a whole Rondo also. I mean, if you're on the top 8, you have to start praying the elevators don't get locked in and actually find their way to that top 8.
Still, the top 8 is kind of far away because we're still on the hashtag number 12. There's still going to be like 5 teams that needs to be eliminated before we can actually go to the top 8 and to the party where they're actually going to receive at least 1 placement point. But Neon, the team that we were all waiting for to get into the fight, and now they're finally in there. Baby's in. He's on the top of the roof, cooking that grenade, trying to throw it up inside the compartment. He's going to throw it at the entrance. Nobody's going to get hurt. Once again, jumping, trying to find out where the opponents are. Can he find it up? Can he find the enemies up? The answer is still a no. He throws another one, which ultimately still is not going to make any kind of a difference. HORZ, on the other hand, they have secured 4 eliminations in a single tap. Wait a minute. A while ago, they were at 0, but now they're at 4 eliminations in this match, and that is a very big feat.
It is. You can't deny that. It clearly is. And, I mean, they're looking like they want to hold that number 1 spot down and hostage away from the side of Neon Outlaws, who just lost it. And they're in a very good spot here to get a couple of kills. They have the higher ground. I'm going to go to Elevate Esports to have a possible team fight here. The car. I don't think you want to jump down. He's being shot at, and if you're a Thorgo, you might have to leave the vehicle soon. Blood Park to the chase now. It's going to be toxic. The hip fire, but it's not going to work. This is going to get put down there, and it's going to be Logic. And Elevate Esports are going to go big. Logic finds a double, man. If he gets locked down, there's one more player there he can find, and he critically liable. Elevate are going to go full on Thunder mode, but Thorgo going to get knocked down there as well. It's a 2 full-on team fight, and they are going to wipe out Blood Pact. And Elevate are through to number 8 on this map. Here we go, Brusky. Here we go. Top 10.
Top 10 it is. From 12 to 10, we go in. But still, those elimination numbers are going up and down on those charts, on those elimination feed. And Neon Outlaw are they shooting at their own team member at this point in time. But there we go. MK14 comes in for the rescue, gets a lot of damage, gets a knockdown, and slowly, steadily, Undisputed Prime, they're out. They're done as Neon secure the 4 eliminations for themselves. Once again, putting themselves close to the side of HORZ Esports. Another circle shift in the meanwhile gets taken towards the southeastern side, inside that city of that Los Leones, and this is not looking good. Let me tell you, given this much positioning towards the side, like this much placement to everybody that can get inside those compounds, those safe areas. It's going to be a chaos. Everyone's just going to go inside and stay in the Los Leones area until there is no circle to hold.
Yeah, we do have 9 more teams, by the way, Torix. 9 more teams. We're about to start getting placement points. When one team gets wiped out, we start to rack it up. But mind you, we have about 1, 2, 3, 4 teams, maybe 5, who still have all 4 players standing. 5 teams with every of their players still intact in the lobby. And out of those 5 teams, we have HORZ, Neon, we have Real Academy, Elevate, and of course, WoW. I mean, 3 of those teams have won different maps today. I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, 3 of those teams have already won 3 of the last 3 maps. So there we go. It's 32 players remaining, 9 teams. A lot of confrontation coming through there, trying to confirm the kill. And yes, he does confirm the kill. Sierra One Esports are calling in number 2 sport, and they're trying to get their ranking the low behind that.
Well, they are trying to get their ranking behind that at this point in time. But Sierra One Esports, while the Bros, we're seeing a lot of teams, a lot of players in this particular region. But one thing is for sure, that everybody that is in the proximity, they're trying their absolute best to secure that number 1 spot, at least for the day, and number 2 as well. Every team wants those top placement for themselves. Wild, so far, Wild Bros, things are not looking good for them. Why? Because even after all of the engagement that they have been through in this match, they have yet to secure even a single elimination point. Yes, they're on the hashtag number 9 so far, and if they're careful, they can be on the number 8, where they're going to secure at least 1 placement point. But Onar gets eliminated. Now we have Irvin using that S12K to eliminate the player down. But oh my god, talk about that holy dodge from the side of Fabian. Fabian dodged every single bullet from Irvin, but from the backside, Emperor just comes in around the area and is like, yeah, no, you're definitely going to get out. And he just takes him out of the equation. Everest down to the last 2.
Yeah, I've just confirmed that my power is not going to go off no matter what happens. we are good to go. And right now, Royal Academy, though, I did say one team I've been low-key counting on to go and get, 2 back-to-back maps. And they're still alive in the last 9 teams. And now the circle is going to close in very soon. We do know the safe zone, so you want to move into that safe zone. A lot of teams are still outside it. And I mean, they're going to have to make that revenge Sunday now. Freestyle still alive in this one, trying to get that placement point. OTEC have been taken out, unfortunately. It's really hard for me to go and see where OTEC currently are, because they've been, they've had such a rough day. The connection issues have been so bad for them, and they are currently at the number 18 point. But so far, so good. You look at HORZ on 7, look at Neon on 4, and we have Elevate on the 9 eliminations, the maximum in the whole lobby. They are setting the standard, and they are doing it perfectly well.
So far, the situation's not looking good as HORZ comes in to the WB Esports. So while the Bros, we have to see if the fight is going to commence or not. So far, nothing's happening. Neon, that guy, he's going in. And he is definitely going out too, because he was the one that got knocked out. Royal Academy, RC, hey, ladies and gentlemen, RAG, in fact, they're getting some engagements. RAG, so far, they are somewhere into the proximity of the hashtag number 5 within the top 8. That is for sure. And they need to stay there to get into the grand finals. So with 2 eliminations so far, they're trying to engage and take down the team that is at the potential hashtag number 1 for the day number 2. They're up against a team that has gone through hell and came back, and they're still pushing on them. Even I don't think they know that, okay, this is the team that is on the hashtag number 1, so they're trying to secure all those elimination numbers that they can actually connect for themselves. But RAG Smoker looks back, he finds Team VANTA's player, and now after looking at one of the players of the Team VANTA, they realize that, okay, not only in the front lines, we also have some enemies onto the backside. 1 grenade goes over, does a lot of damage. Now with Smoker having not a single grenade to his arsenal anymore, he is kind of stranded over there, but Jor gets knocked out by the hand of FREESTYLE. FREESTYLE is also going to lose one of their own players as well, but still, with the 4 eliminations, they have something at least set for themselves.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. 9 more teams, and I think that number's going to drastically fall very fast. The circle's closing in, and we have to start to make our move towards the actual playable zone. So there's going to be a lot of movement on the map now. Toxic gets put down. FREESTYLE, they have one final man. They are down to the last man standing. It's going to be Majestic now. Let's save them. The king, His Majesty, the royal man. And he stay alive. Going to give them at least 1 placement point because it's top 9. The team the 4s right now are going to get absolutely no placement point. So can he at least give them that 1 placement point that they so badly need? Only 2 teams with 4 players left standing: Royal Academy and of course HORZ Esports. Those 2 teams have all 4 players standing, and they potentially still have what it takes to go and win the whole lobby. Yeah, VANTA Legacy are not too far behind. They have 3 players. Get anybody to find whatever. This is the bad spot to be in. There's a Royal Academy player almost close to him. Might be able to get that info. Nets are being thrown, smokes are being thrown. A lot of utility usage by all the teams around this particular corner of the map here. But there's no value being found. And if you're on the side of an elevator, you're still standing, but you have only 2 left. Just trying to at least get more placement points. Mind you, they are now number 8 team in the overall standings. They've made it from number 20 all the way to number 8 to 25 points overall. Come on, Torix, come on.
Man, I mean, at this point in time, I need some juice for all of these teams. Come on, go for the engagement. Go for the engagement. Yes, sir. This is what we are waiting for. And Neon going in for that engagement, for those fight. Everything is happening, and they're also losing some of their players. But now, Royal Academy with the 4 eliminations, they need to move in the circle ASAP. Sierra 1 Esports, they also need to move inside of that circle ASAP. But the situation is not looking good as a circle closing in. Melton needs to revive Zazuka, and after that revive, he needs to get out of there as soon as possible. Even if that revive comes down onto the place, he still cannot save the player. He will still get knocked out. He will still get finished. Just look at that splash damage. Just look at that zone damage that's happening. Melton just survived, not only got out of the area, but jumped onto the FREESTYLE, eliminating them all together.
Yes, my brother. One Esports get knocked down. We have only 4 more teams. And Elevate Esports have made it to the top 4, but Royal Academy are going to get wiped out. So we're not going to get any team win 2 back-to-back maps, except, of course, whoever wins this map also wins Rondo, which I doubt is likely to happen. But at the moment, though, HORZ is still here, Wolves are still here, Elevator is still here. They're one team that I've got my eyes on, loaded in. And if you're HORZ, you have all 4 players standing. You're the only team that has all 4 players. And Elevate now, Thugger's going to get put down there. Going to get revived immediately as well. He's not going to die. He's going to get back up. Oh, I lied. Thugger's down. That was a Wolves player being revived. It's 4v2v1v2. And right now, HORZ look like this might be their map. And they might be the first team to win 2 maps today.
It is. But with the amount of eliminations and the players that alive that we're seeing, HORZ is definitely going to secure that winner chicken dinner. Beautifully done by them. The way they're still surviving with all the 4-man standing, it's amazing. But Wolves Esports, I have to give it to them as well. Staying alive till the very end is also an amazing job, amazing feat to be doing at this point in time. But aside from all of this, aside from all of these engagements, we're still not seeing a proper fight happening in the area. I still want to see those engagements, those fights going on onto the hard way, like everybody going at it at all once and for all in a similar manner. HORZ Esports throwing those sticky grenades, trying to figure out where the opponents are, but the grenades, the utilities, they're definitely going to connect from Goblin side. Itachi gets taken down. That shotgun gun is not going to help him because he still needs those Sasuke eyes to make them work perfectly. But Goblin want to finish the player, and Itachi is straight up going to the den of that elimination. Anu throwing a grenade, Goblin receiving a slight bit of damage, but not moving too much. That's the first elimination we're going to see from the side of Wild Bros.
I mean, just he's the last man standing, and that was the first kill. He made it to top 4 with absolutely 0 eliminations. You can't make that up. He's finally been able to get one with vital kill, but now was down to one last player. Elevate as well, down to one last player. And if you're HORZ, you just have to wait patiently for all these little squabbles going on around you to go and end, and you can go out and take every single player down. But looks like Wolves know exactly where HORZ are. A lot of Molotovs are being thrown, and Ando is critically low. He might die to the Molotovs, yeah. Had to get a climb on. He's going to see the man there. The He-Mark is found, but not the confirmation. Now behind him they go. He's being taunted. They are chasing and haunted, but he might get the one kill here. Yes, he does. Might get a double. Oh my freaking god. Ando, he's going to put 2 players down, but they are going to find a way to put him and send him back in. But my freaking god, that was so clean. And now they're down to 2 players aside of HORZ. It's a 2v1v1. Wow.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And now a 2v1. Ken Koos, in fact, is reviving the player by Elevate Logic in the front lines. He is just chilling around the premises. Now a grenade is about to come, and now a grenade is about to hit the player, but before that grenade can even come in, the player changes to a gun and just finishes the work up. It is all over. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner chicken dinner for the side of those beautiful Esports. An amazing feat done by them. I have to give it to them. And the amount of eliminations, the amount of fights that they have done in this situation that HORZ Esports have gone, it's amazing. A total of those amazing 11 elimination, meaning 21 points secured in a single match.
Yeah, 21 points, brother, 21 points. And it doesn't get any better than that now, does it? This is exactly what they needed. And they are the first team to win 3 maps today. And guess what? The both maps they won were both on Miramar as well. So, and last time we saw a team win 3 maps, it was both Erangels, and that was Pan Africa. But this time, HORZ are going to be the ones that are going to win 3 maps, and it's going to be both Miramar maps. So, going into Rondo, they are currently number 1. And if you're Neon Outlaws, you have maybe, just maybe, absolutely lost any chance of finishing in number 1.
Ooh, it definitely is. It definitely is. But now, with going on to the match summary, we are definitely saying this 59 eliminations with 61 knocks, 5,610 healing, 12 revives, 13,445 is the damage, and 10 headshots with 194 throwables used altogether.
Yeah, of course, distance driven as well there. Total damage, 13,000 is actually very, very impressive. But let's go for the match MVP. It's none other than, Elevate Logic. He deserves it. Well deserved. From not even being in the first 3 maps to somehow finishing top 2 on map 5. And right now they are in the top 8. I can't wait to see where they finish after today, after like this particular map. Because I'm pretty sure they might be in the top 7, top 6, top 5 teams. So right now, Elevates have risen from number 20 to possibly be in the grand finals. Now, you can't make that up. I mean, at this point, I'm not even very attuned to who wins the whole thing today as number 1. I'm more attuned to where Elevate are going to finish and if they're going to be qualifying for the grand. Because my God, 16 points is what they get off this map as they make their way to the last map.
Oh, they definitely do. They definitely do. This is the last match, ladies and gentlemen. From this point onward, it's going to be a very deadly one. That I can tell you for sure. But the bottom 4, still 0 points. P Guidance 1 alongside of Alone and TikTok Titans. And this is not good. Staying in the bottom is not a good choice at this point because you only got like 1 more match. And let me tell you, this match has the most potential out of them all. Why? Because this match is a Rondo. You have the chance to come back stronger, to take that fight once again. So anything that can happen, it has to happen right now.
Yes, it does. And look at the overall 5 players again. Now we have 2 HORZ players, 2 Neon players, and somehow, VANTA Legacy, even though they've not been, performing very well the past couple of matches, they still have Cider Goetz, who has refused to leave that top 5 overall players. He's still number 3 with 13 eliminations, and he's not looking like he wants to go anywhere below that. But I mean, Emperor, well deserved as number 1, 20 on the board for the man so far, with an average survive time of 26 minutes on the clock here, Torrent.
Ooh, that's 26, 24, all the way down. Come on. Now it's time for the overall ranking. There we have it. 75 points. HORZ Esports are trying to get that 100-point marker, trying to get that 100-point mark. And out of everybody in this lobby, they're the only team to secure 2 winner chicken dinners today. This is the second winner chicken dinner that they're going to have. Neon Outlaws, VANTA Legacy, Esports, and Royal Academy. They're going to stay in their spots, in their designated spots on the top 5. They're not moving 1 inch, but Elevate Esports from number 10, in fact, from number 13, they went up all the way to hashtag number 6.
Man, this is what dreams are made of. Imagine telling your kids that you played the semi-finals of the IGE Community Series Africa. You didn't play the first 3 maps. Out of 6, you log into map 4, you find a way to go to top 13, you're on number 13, you play the map 5, and you're number 6. And they could even rise a little bit more than that, probably go into the top 3, the top 4 spots. So, I mean, this is a quite legendary tale. This is a dad blower that they are going to be able to go and tell their kids in the future. But in the meantime, to winner, I was wrong. It wasn't to Miramar. They won Rondo and now they've won in Miramar. The HORZ Esports still are the only team to win 2 maps so far, but they're not going to Miramar. Anyways, we are going to our last map of the day, which is going to be Rondo, the aggressive base Titan map.
Oh yeah, the one and only final map remains, and that map is going to determine the fate of many of the players, because from top 20, only 8 are moving forward for tomorrow's grand final from the day number 2. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen, because tomorrow is going to be the grand finals. Tomorrow, we're actually going to see who's winning this Community Series Africa from the PUBG Mobile, presented to you by IGE. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading on to the final match of the day, we're about to go for a very short break. Stay with us and enjoy the highlights. More gang, look behind you, man. Look behind you. In the compound as Dark takes not yet finished. That you have to remember. Because now Team VANTA, they have
The last is critically low. We might just be down to the 1 final back. I get wiped out here, my God. Oh my God.
They might get wide over to go.
Only 4 points between them now and the side of the lawn. So shoot just 1 single map and they're looking like they can put their chances a lot more, even higher. The TikTok Titans in a very bad spot as they are going to get confronted by Elevate and Neon.
Nothing good for them, but Team NDR will go here. As soon as he gets up, the Molotov makes short work of Iceman, and he gets some new ones.
The Royal Academy, they have 4 back, the 4v1v2 actually
playing today. So top 8 from yesterday, they have qualified for the grand finals. We just got that confirmation. Yo, Rag Smoker, he just got smoked out of the game, and Cider Goetz comes around, connections, did a lot of damage. Jump fire did not made any kind of connection this time around. He blew up that camp.
He's can use that. The maiden hand and oh my freaking God. He finds him, he puts him down there. You're going to get restricted in 30 seconds, and that's the time when you want to have to be right now. This IGL full trade foul.
You're going to get punished because of that.
Yeah, the second last obstacle goes into counting down right
up at this point in time. That I can tell you for sure. And that I always come into the circle. I
always get that finish off, but there's a very good first one. Flag is going to run away with it alive.
For as low as that HP, they make a wrong move and they're going to like to pay with their whole alive. Aim that is kind of like in a panic situation. guidance is also gone. So you got a damage from the grenade still. It did not do any damage. And that was a splash, and that's gone. It's over.
Outlaws around this one did a lot of nades. Melton in the very fast spot. I think they know exactly where the one's going to come from. Oh, he's going to get knocked out there.
Yeah, any kind of grenades, any throwballs, and the answer is yes. Alpha is throwing the grenade. Is it going to connect? Even on
the hard place, he's going to get put down there. Finally, he falls. Outlaws is going to be that guy. He's not
ultimate steady is in the base. Moody once again with DBS this time. He's closing in. That DBS.
That info as well. No one's still being thrown. But I think we're just going to be there for the next 10 minutes and everybody's going to die.
If he had like sprayed it out, bursted the spray out, he could have had that elimination. But the back shot, from the back shot, from the backside, that DBS is definitely going to connect. Will result in the close vicinity and each out. They get finished up. Young at least that secured one elimination. But now Young is going to
eventually get punished. In a very open score. You might see the man behind him, very low there. And so his teammates goes to him. Really shot baby, 33 baby. Looks like he wants to go for that, but Neon down.
One direction to the other one. They are making sure that the fights are going back and forth, and that's exactly
Quinn left alongside the children's school and defend the kingdom right now. But 12 more teams over there might have to do anything to go and stay alive. But you're being chased here. You're in between two teams, a rock and a hard place, and of course, Softsport, Esports. He's trying to get that kill, but I don't really know if that's what he's doing there. They're going to get a chase on, and oh my god!
Yo, blood back just got eliminated. HORZ Esports, now that's an 8 elimination. The jump fire comes around there, but the real situation is going to start right here as Wolves takes down a third-party engagement, connecting alongside of the M416 that we're trying to connect. But oh my god, he just did a 1v2. But
we have exactly 16 kills in this particular one, and here we go. There's a lot of aggression.
Bullet side, that's okay. Just around the perimeters. They came and they came.
Four targets, it's really number 13, but I think we're going to come a lot more from this particular map. So, not a single, and they might get him now. He's also critically low, and most things like he's going to go in the window. He was going to go, no, he's going to. I think it's in him. I think they have seen him. It's blocked park. First kill found. Might he get
G3 Rex, in fact, at the point in time, he's using that UFC 45 to take the fight, but the AKM is going to.
Everybody's sticking absolutely care. Nobody wants to the first team to fall anymore. They want esports matches. We are now at the land of no more respawn. So if you're dead, you're dead.
That's bro. They're here, and they're taking that engagement with the PS9 on the face.
You can't afford to be exposed, however, you need to watch both your back and both your front, especially if you're on the mid map. So put their foot down. Teams are going to fall in one single fall through, and we only have 7. Make that 6.
Oh yeah, it is the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, as Malefic gets eliminated. Buddy! We got it. General is there, looking at the side of US Smiley, and Smiley gets to utilize that to the full extent. But HORZ Esports now, the hammer is here, and that Justice hammer is definitely gonna fall. And that's a panda, that's a companion that we're seeing. But that companion, Moon Gang is behind you, man, behind you. In the compound as Dark takes not gets finished. That you have to remember. Because now Team VANTA, they have
the last speech we know, we might actually be down to one final pack. Might be one final here, but oh my god.
They might get white. Oh, they just go to the right next to your
only 4 went between them now and the side of the yawn, so in just one single map, and they're looking like they can push their chances a lot more, even higher. The TikTok targets in a very bad spot, as they are going to get confronted by elevators and VR.
This is good for them, but NVR, they're closing in. X. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with that short break done, dusted. We're here with the final game of the day. The Community Series Africa presented to you by IGE. It is almost over for the semi-final days. The final day, the final match It's about to begin. Once again, it is I, Torix, and with me, it is the one and only Tori.
Yeah, we're to our last map. I mean, it's been a long time coming. But yesterday, amazing games. Already know our top 8 teams from yesterday that have made their way to the grand finals. For today, we're about what 8 teams are going to be joining them for our last 16 teams in the grand final stage on tomorrow on Monday, of course. But in the meantime, I'm just hoping, you know, for some absolute Rondo aggression. That is why we're seeing, you know, we saw the first Rondo today. It was not disappointing in any way. It was aggressive. It was absolutely Rondo to watch out for. So this Rondo as well, I'm hoping for even more aggression, as we now have, you know, Elevate, who look like they have more aggression than anybody else have had the whole day. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen on this final map.
Final map it is, and that is Rondo. The one map that everybody's going to be afraid of. Why? Because you have the second chance of coming in back and retaliating for your team against all the opponents. But now it's time to see what's going to happen and how that engagement is going to begin. Because Rondo, whatever you say, whatever the teams are going to do, I hope they do not do the exact same thing the day one teams did. A drop at one spot, take that fight. Nah, I want this fight to like actually go until the very end. I do not want that early kind of engagements, early kind of fights where everybody's just dropping at the same time, same place, same location, that Neox factory and the stadium, and just going at it against each other. No, I want them to go separate ways, then get their arsenal and start that fight so everybody can have an equal chance. I think if I remember correctly, it was it was the second last of Miramar yesterday, where the guy did a 1v4 on the guys with just like the machetes and the knives and everything.
It was crazy. I mean, yeah, we would call that a sin. It was a literal. They were helpless. They just had to stay behind containers, and he was like, "I'm gonna hunt you down one by one and put everybody down." It was an absolute cinematic sin. But anyways, going into Rondo, I think that's something you can also go and expect. If you can't find the weapon fast enough, and nobody in your team can find the weapon fast enough, you might be cooked and you might just get wiped out. So it's one of the beautiful things about Rondo. It's aggressive. A lot of teams land in one particular sport, and it's all down to who's going to survive. The survival of the fittest, literally. That's the word I was looking for. Anyways, it's Rondo. It's our final map in our 6-map run, and we are about to find out who's going to claim that #1 spot heading into the grand finals for this particular set of teams. But also, all eyes on Elevate, all eyes on Esports. We're going to see where those 2 teams are going to finish off after this map.
Everything's going to be decided after this match is done, and this match will definitely be done in a short while. But before that match can be done, it has to begin. It has to begin, and I am so excited to see how it's going to begin and where it's going to take the teams, where it's going to bring that destruction for all the players at this point in time, because we all want to see how this Rondo is actually going to unfold for the teams, for the players. How many of them are going to go straight up on the aggressive side, because these teams are going very aggressive on the engagements. But the only thing that I want to see in all of this Rondo is the circle not taking even the slightest side of the teams.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You know, we've been asking for that since you've been asking for that since Miramar, since even Erangel. So I mean, finally we're going to see if the game is going to listen to Torix or the game is always going to want to defy Torix. But we're going to find out pretty soon. I'm pretty sure the players are already coming up and about to get the party started, and very soon we're going to see that plane animation where they're going to be landed, and of course, right on due time. The course is begun, the journey has started, and the boat is about to sail. It's our final map, it's Rondo, and it's all for glory and all for a sport at the grand finals. Only 8 of these 20 teams are going to find their name in that grand final book. Who is it going to be here, Dorix?
Who's it going to be that's going to go into the grand finals? Yes, sir. From this point onward, it is all about the glory. It is all about going inside of that top 8, staying inside, moving to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one. This is the final game of tonight. As the plane line takes us from all the way to the Henrytown down to the Benjiang towards that area. It's an eastern favored plane line, that we can say for sure. But where is the circle going to go? Where is the circle going to move? Is the real question.
Think about it, find out in less than 20 seconds. We're going to find out exactly where that circle is going to be. But they landed, and here we go. You found it, Jadena City. You know the map a lot better than I do. You can look at that, man. We finally got the circle, and it's popping off.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And it's going to go towards the southeastern side. Once again, I've been proven wrong. I've been given out the wrong details from the circle. I expected at least one thing throughout the day. And no, I'm not going to get it. Why? Because the circle decided to go towards the southeastern corner where majority of the team, at least 90% of the teams, are situated at.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Rondo, isn't it now? So you just have to loot very fast. You have no...
You were saying...
What? Oh my freaking god. I have no words. Neon Outlaws are not going to have any redemption whatsoever. No redemption arc. No comeback story. They dominated the first 3 maps and it's been downhill since then. And they are going to be your first team wiped out against every odd in the notebook. And I don't even know what to go and say. They might not even finish today on day 2, on number 2.
That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Once again, it is the situation, and Neon Esports, they have just been eliminated out of the game at the start of the time. And already, look at those elimination numbers. By every single one of the players, there's so many down, there's so many eliminated. You have to be very careful on whatever you're going to do. But wait. Is he stuck? Is he stuck? Is Toxic stuck, man? I think he's stuck inside of that car. He got in somehow. He squeezed himself in, but now he can't get out.
What that was, bro. They did get 2 eliminations. Actually, they make that 3 for their side. Freestyle are going to have 3 eliminations on the board. This blood pot's close here. We see Elevate Logic get put down. Elevate player already losing players. That could not be a good call. It's early in the game, though. They can still get recalled and they can still make their way back to the lobby. But at the same time, you don't want to be losing lives like this. Logic now, the kill gets confirmed. And if you elevate, you've lost 2 players already. And I did say we have all eyes on them. And I mean, maybe the eyes are beginning to give them a little bit too much pressure as they need to stay alive. They need to find a way to even finish it with that top 6 because they have a legendary story to go and tell as they make their way to grand finals day, hopefully. But sorry for our HORZ, already on a 3 elimination mark as well, only below Freestyle, who have 4. And I mean, HORZ at this point, I don't think anybody's dragging that number 1 spot.
Oh, yeah. That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Nobody's taken that number 1 spot from the HORZ Esports side. That is for sure. But aside from all of this, VANTA, 48 points. 41 for their team. Ryla, Wolves is there with the 41 too. And slowly and steadily, everything is happening and is running its course. Wolves is down to the last guy. That is one thing that I'm seeing. Aside from that, SONE, they're also are there with the solo player remaining, but Monta's Legacy going in for that engagement, getting a lot of knockdowns. That's the 3rd elimination they're going to have.
Yeah. Tell you what this is made of, man. This is just 17 more teams, though. I'm still really shocked that the UN Outlaws did get first blood. I don't know what to make of that, man, Torix. Probably going to have to interview them and ask them exactly what happened because it makes no sense in a world like this, but like we see Nova Rain, Zox is getting a kill there, put 2 players down, and Nova Rain trying to get, back on that number 8. They were number 8 up until Elevate came and, just cut out the whole table, and now we see Nova up onto the number 9 spot, and that is not good. They need to find a way back
up into that top 8. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to do now with those eliminations being found. And if you're freestyle, you still have the highest eliminations in the whole lobby, but a lot of teams are at the 3 elims mark, and they're starting to get things very, very close. But in the meantime, we're about to hit that 6-minute mark, and we're also about to start making our way towards stage 2.
Today, number 2 is almost at the end. That's the thing. It's almost at the end. Oof, we have to see what's going to happen. But so far, it is 17 teams with 57 players remaining. Sile just gets eliminated, finished up, knocked down and finished by the hand of Raiden. But now Raiden, as he's eluding all that situation up for himself, we're definitely going to see some more casualties coming around as Majestic will receive a lot of damage with that shot. The grenade's going up. Almost received back on his face. That was a very risky move, but Majestic now a solo man. Raiden cooking that grenade. 2 seconds, 1 second, gonna throw. Nobody's gonna get hit.
Here we go, man. Here we go. Still 17 teams though. There's a lot of action happening. So I'm expecting the wipeouts to happen very soon. Tier 1 Esports have the 1 player standing. And they do have 3 eliminations. Yeah! Oh my god, that was close. TikTok Titans. Let's get the kill there. That's going to be Toxic being put down. Freestyle. Still have 3 players, but they've lost 1. Elevate Mona cooking that nade. She's just going to get a perfection on the nade. A good trajectory. Might get a kill there. The jump down and the forward damage. I don't know why exactly he did that, brother. Why, Torix?
I have no idea. I have no idea. With this, 7 minutes into the game, Monarch, easier but jump shot is going to be his demise as he gets taken down and finished up right there and then.
Yeah, man. Crazy work so far. 17 teams still standing. The Royal Academy, they're currently top 4. Man, they deserve it. They've been really, should I say, showing up the whole day today. Do deserve to be in that top 4, but they need to make sure they don't let it slip by them. So stay alive. Very important. So far, we're still in stage 1, but we have about less than 3 minutes. So we go and start closing in that zone towards stage 2. And in the meantime, our map 6 of 6, the final map of the day, Rondo. And a lot of players outside the circle. We see Freestyle just on the edge there. Really good spot to hold. And I mean, HORZ Esports still have all 4 players complete, and they just, again, just waiting for people to come towards them. What if, Torix? What if HORZ Esports go ahead and win 3 maps on the day? That would be a new record for this event.
I mean, I have no, anything to say for these guys. At this point, anything is possible. The way this fight is going, the way this game is going, anything is possible at this point in time. So, with all of this, now we're on 60 players remaining with 17 teams. But look at the cursed number of those players alive. OTEC joined with 2. PGUD joined with 3 alongside of AL and E. Then we have the full squads of QMRU, W Wild, there's GTN, MZUL first. SONE lost their 3 players, not once, but twice. And that's the sad part. Because with losing their players twice, now the situation is not good for them.
Not good. Oh shit, not good. Here we go. It's going to be a possible kill there. He's in the open. I wonder what he was doing in the open. Was he trying to refuel the car? I don't think there's a filling station there, is there now, brother? What exactly was he doing out there in the open? But TikTok Titans are going to be able to go and get back here. And of course, it's going to be Raiden confirming that one. They do have 6 eliminations on the board for their side right now. They're starting to look really good. Possibly trying to, get their listed up on that table, but it might be a little bit too late to get any of that done. Except, of course, they do go and finish on a good placement spot. In the meantime, the HORZ are going to get 1 more elimination on the board there. The kill is not yet confirmed, but Course is going to also get put down. He did get knocked down, but Lot Mimi tried to find MZ Lot Mimi there, and it's a back and forth happening, and this is a pretty tough fight, and who's going to be losing their lives, because I'm pretty sure one of these teams is going to get wiped out after this fight.
Yes, sir. HORZ, They took down 2, but at the same time, they're also down to the last 2 so far, as the rest of the 2, they need that revive ASAP. One player gets revived. The second one on the other side, talking about the United Legends, they're also getting that rescue done so far. And suddenly, they're also shooting at HORZ Esports as well. But HORZ Esports, Emperor comes in, it gets Butterballs out of the equation.
Almost at the point of no more respawns and no more rescues. It's at the 11 minutes. Soon it's going to be at that 15-minute mark, halfway through. So, yep. At that point, you have to make sure you're not losing any more lives. Smoker finds a kill there. Trade finds him, knocks him down as well. And that's going to be the TikTok Titans trying to get value. But of course, HORZ Esports are going to go big here and put the Aurelius down. The general put down. But still, MZ are not out. They still have 2 players left as they can still go and play for that recall. But in the meantime, 17 teams, and the only team that has been wiped out was our most dominant team for the first 3 maps. Wow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But still, the fights are happening. And the fights... Oh, that's a nice jump. Wild Bros, I have to give it to you guys. That is a very nice jump onto the railing. And now, trying to look out for the player. He doesn't even realize that there was someone above him. Gets a knockdown. That's a finisher right there. DP27 on its way. Getting that knockdown and a finisher right next to that situation. But T3 Rex, he's the guy that's knocked down. At the same time, a Fox gets knocked down by the hand of Raiden. T3 Rex comes in down. He's like, yeah, revive me as soon as possible. Please revive me. But he throws a Molotov on both sides so nobody can enter if anybody is even remotely close by.
Yeah, this is not just the easiest place to be now if you're any of these teams. This is Rondo, guys. It's not been as aggressive as the first one. The first one was a lot more aggressive. We got about 3 wipeouts in like 5 minutes. I think even more than that. So this one is a little bit more quiet. It did start off very aggressive. We got the first wipeout in the first 2 minutes, and that was Neon. And then ever since then, everybody has been saying, "Oh, we're not getting wiped out. We're not Neon. We're not getting wiped out." And everybody's just doing their best to stay alive. And so far, the TikTok Titans, we have Raiden already on the 7 kill mark. He's got the most in the whole lobby. He's literally got more eliminations than every other team. Total eliminations. That is crazy work, Raiden, as he's got 7, and the only one's close team is going to be 6, and that's going to be on HORZ. Their whole team having 6. So, TikTok Titans, they finally start to get a little bit of life in their mix of things, but they're going to need a lot more of that if they want to finish in the top 8.
Oh, they do. But so far, HORZ Esports, they're not backing down. They want to make sure they end this game at least with a 100-point marker. 7 eliminations so far, now down to 10. That is up on 10 now. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you HORZ Esports. 4 player remaining, 10 elimination to their way. 2 more minutes, 1 more minute and a half minute, I'd say, before the recall system actually closes up, and they're securing a lot of eliminations for themselves so far.
They are. Can't deny that. Anyway, 16 more teams as we're going to see team number 8 there put down. And mind you, there's only 1 point, less than 3 points between them and all the way from 9 to team number 12 on the table. So if you're UNDP, I'm pretty sure you have lost your number 8 seeding and you might not be making it to that grand final. So right now, the teams that are below you are too dangerously close, and you have to be praying so hard that they don't get any more eliminations, of course, and also any placement points whatsoever. But in the meantime, though, 16 teams are still standing. HORZ are definitely one of them with all 4 players, as we are almost at the point of no more respawns.
Ooh. Oh my god. That is a good retaliation that just happens as he just got knocked out. But now Blade comes around, get bird out of that area with that sprays. Moody, now it's up to you. Use that UMP45, take the player down as a hacker is there. Now getting out. Once again, the shots are coming through. Shots are coming up into the side, but not a single bullet is being connected, is getting connected upon the players. Now Zadie with that Molotov. Ragnar with that Molotov gets finished up, and Team TikTok Esports, TikTok Titans, they're receiving a lot of damage, but Quantum Rage Ouch, Hamudi just gets finished up. Hacker gets a finisher on the players, and now Blade, you need to heal yourself. With just the 5 bandages to his arsenal, he is definitely going to be able to heal and move forward.
Yes, no doubt there. And we have 15 more teams. B Guardians just got wiped out. They've been sent packing away from the whole event. The Community Series Africa brought to you by InGame Esports, and TikTok Titans are going to get eliminated. They had the most eliminations in the whole lobby, 11 on the board, but their stat is still not going to be enough to do anything, as they're going to get put down and they are sent out, and they're not going to be able to make it into that top 8 on placement. It's sad. They're not going to the grand finals, unfortunately. Oh, come on, TikTok Titans. I had so much hype and so much hope for that team, but they're just not going to be able to make it there. And now we're going to see Cinder, guys. Was that a suicide? That was a suicide with a nade. How does that even happen?
I have no idea. I have no idea how that self-grenade made its way. But moving on, we have OBK. Once again, Hatesio getting some knockdowns, getting some connectivities, and OBK. In fact, is that D? Okay, it is OBK because it's OTEC, Team OTEC, taking those shots against everybody else. Alone Esports on our screen so far, 3 men joined in, and with 16 minutes passed, we were expecting the way this lobby just turned up, the way they dropped down, we were expecting that everything's going to be over in a short while. No, but no. It did not work like that. It does not work like that. We're still in 15, 16, 17 minutes. And only 2 or 3 teams have been eliminated. Aside from that, we're still up with 14 teams in the game.
14 teams, what was that? 14 teams. OTEC, one of them. Freestyle still standing as well. HORZ Esports were looking to win 3 maps in a day. They are also standing, so they're one team you still want to look out for. In the meantime, 47 players. Of course, now there's what we call, you have to safeguard your life as much as you possibly can as we finally make it into stage 4 and are edging towards that stage 5. But in the meantime, 14 teams, and this is it. It's all down for the glory and all down for a grand final sport. And I mean, everybody still is trying to believe they have a shot and, you know, give everything they have to get the maximum possible placement they can get. And of course, that is the winner chicken dinner.
It is. But aside from all of this, we have to see who's going to take that one over the chicken first of all. But Wild Bros, they are going wild in a single car. That is absolutely wild. You're not supposed to do that. You are not supposed to use a single car to move from one location, point A to point B. Do not do that. Come on, do not do that, sir. But at the same time, they're trying. They're not working it up as 3 players with Wild players just gets finished. That's a knock. That's a confirmation. And in a short while, Wild Bros just get broed out of the game.
Yeah, they get broed out. You were correct. Why would all 4 or 3 of you be in the exact same vehicle? It makes no sense. You could easily get picked out like that. Multiple players shooting at the vehicle, and it's going to explode, and you have nowhere to go. So I don't know what the game plan for them was. Well, I mean, at this level of esports and professionalism, you have to know that 4 players do not move together in one single car, especially in an open space that is... If you were moving from the circle, I would probably understand it, but you're moving inside the circle and in an open space like that where you know a lot of teams are probably going to be around you, that is too careless, and that is going to cost them any chance whatsoever of making it to grand final day. And here we go. 13 teams are still left, and now Freestyle are going to go a bit, and it's going to be majestic finishing of that kill. General's going to fall in VANTA Legacy, who are on number 3 team on the board at the moment, and they're looking to get even way more than that, because right now they have 6 eliminations on the board, but HORZ has 13. Yeah, they finished number 1. There's no taking that away from them, man. Nothing like that.
That is absolutely true, man. That is absolutely true. At this point in time, we're seeing a lot of engagements, and at the same time, a lot of disengagements as well. Why? Just because of the fact that all of these players, all of these teams, they're playing it slow now. As the circle closes, they're decided to okay, yeah, now it's time to go for a slow pace. But Sierra wins, Zazuka comes in, takes 1 down. At the same time, the player comes into the proximity. Zazuka tries, fails it up, and gets knocked down, instantly punished with that confirmation.
Oh, so you know, one of these quarters out, and now we have 11 last teams, and placement points are going to be starting to count in soon as the 3 more teams get wiped out. And it looks like it's not going to be too long before that goes and happens. And now look at that, second closing in, a lot of damage being dealt. If you're in a vehicle, you don't want to be caught off guard here. You might just get put down. And Freestyle Sahil is the last man standing. It's critically low. Actually, there's 2 of them, but they all both critically low. He's going to try and get cover there, but oh, he's going to get shot down. Being landing falls, and Sahil also falls. And that said, Freestyle are totally gone and out. And 9 more teams, 1 more team out. So we start to get placement points. And look where Elevate are, currently number 6. And I tell you, my friend, they can get way more than number 6 if they can just place off properly. But 16 eliminations on the board right now for Team HORZ. What the hell?
We have to see, and we have to know what's going to be the case. But there we have it. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another elimination happening. But ooh, there's some grenades and no more rain. They're out of the game. RAG, Team HORZ, close to the proximity. Let's see what's going to happen and how it's going to begin. So far, HORZ is not making a move, but they need to move inside of that circle. You have to remember the fact that they have to move in the circle first and foremost. But Blood Pact, they're going in, and they're going in hard, as they took down 1 player from alone, got those elimination up, and right now, we're down to the top 6.
Top 6 teams, my friend. Last 6 teams. MZ. Man, everybody who is still alive are in the top 8 apart from MZ. And can they finish top 8? They can if they can get that winner chicken dinner. They only have 2 players, however, and it's not looking likely. Royal Academy also have all 4 players standing alongside BRTP and, of course, HORZ Esports. Those 3 teams have all their players standing still and waiting for a possible confrontation and a possible winner chicken dinner. But you also have VANTA Legacy, who are just waiting and hoping that they don't get kicked out of that 3rd place placement. But Elevate, by the way, from number 20 to number 13 to number 6, and we're still wondering where they are going to finish this particular event. And now he's going to get 1 more kill. And if you're BRTP, you're in a very bad spot now. 1 more player gets put down. And of course, Royal Academy, you're also going to lose a player. Smoke gets shot down. He's not very confirmed, but he's currently knocked down.
That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going on. 13 more seconds, and we will have the next stage of the circle. But HORZ, they're coming in, and they are coming in hot with those engagements and those fights that are happening, and that is going on. But there we go. United Legends, they have been finally eliminated. We're down to the top 5 of it. Elevate has an 8 elimination. VANTA has 9. HORZ got 18. Okay, somebody needs to wake me up when that happens.
Yeah, I was going to ask how exactly they got 18, but turns out they've just been flawless the whole day long. 5 more teams, and Elevate, once again, are one of those 5 teams. And logically, Logic is going to find 2 more eliminations off there. They're looking so freaking good. Blood Pact have the last man standing, and he's in a very bad spot. He's been surrounded by wolves right now, and he knows they're going to find him favor. The Elevate boys are also trying to up their elimination game. They have 11 now. 19 for HORZ, Royal Academy on 6, and VANTA on 9. These 4 teams standing are currently in the top 6, in the top 8, and they of course have already booked a grand final spot, but they're just trying to get the maximum possible number they can to end today. And so far, if you're HORZ, you've got 19 eliminations. That's the highest we have seen today. No other team has gone anywhere near the 19 elimination mark. But can they get 20 though to put that crown up? I mean, they probably can. They do have 3 players left. It's a 3v3v3v1. So Royal Academy are the only team at a major disadvantage here with just the 1 player still standing. But I mean, if you're VANTA Legacy as well, you have 2 players who need to get heal ups or they might be cooked. And look at how it's spread out the map. They are literally spread out. They're not in 1-4. I think they're all trying to scout information for their side and try to know what the next best move is going to be to make.
You have to see what the next best move for them is going to be at this point in time, because so far the situation is not looking good as VANTA Legacy comes around. Elevate Esports is also going in for that aggressive stance, and they're taking the fight. Fak gets finished up. Fabian gets a knockdown, and slowly and steadily, VANTA is losing their players back and forth. Fak is knocked out outside of the circle. and slowly, it is 10 elimination that might haunt them right now.
Yeah, but Royal Academy get. Oh my god, I was about to say Royal Academy could just wait for them to finish on the other squabbles and come in for a third party, but turns out he's gonna be the one they're gonna face first and they're gonna wipe out first. 3 more teams. Elevate still standing. HORZ with their 2 members on full HP, and VANTA with a 1.5, well, 2 players, but one of them is on a very low HP there. So it's all going to come down to this one. And if you're Elevate, well, a #1 placement would not be bad at all. That would give you maximum points, and that can put you in a very good spot. They do have 14 eliminations, however, and I tell you, my brother, that is a lot of eliminations. And Elevate from #20 might have just made their way into the top 3 if we're not careful. And here we go. Tankus finds 1 more kill there. Elevate Esports, Fabian trying to get that kill. They can steal that kill from HORZ. They did get the knockdown, but they can go and steal it if they are able to just time it correctly. So the goat, he's been the top 3 on the top 3 for overall players so far. He's going to get put down now, my friend.
That is definitely the case. That is definitely the case. But going on, HORZ Esports so far. Emperor going with the grenades, but before that grenade hits, Elevate Logic is going to take down the King Jod. Now the fight is HORZ versus Elevate Esports. 20 eliminations versus the 15 elimination. It is a 1v1 now. Fabian versus the solo guy of HORZ Esports. It is all up to these players. Fabian cooking that Molotov. He's going to throw it away as soon as he's going to find a visual, which he does. He throws it away. Will it connect? The answer is no. The player is back into the cover, back behind that cover now, and Fabian slowly approaching. Elevate Esports having the better opportunity of securing that winner with a chicken dinner, but that grenade on the face, it's definitely going to take him out. And HORZ Esports securing that winner, ladies and gentlemen, chicken dinner.
I would have sworn Elevate was going to win that gunfight. Fabian had it. He needed a single shotgun tap to go and make it happen. But HORZ are going to be the first team in the Community Series Africa, brought to you by InGame Esports, to actually get 3 maps on a single day. They've won 3 freaking maps. Wow. 2 Rondos and 1 Miramar. And does it get any better than this? What?
I am telling you, at this point in time, HORZ are unbeatable at this point in time. The way they are playing, the way they have played, yes, they did cross that 100-point marker. I'm telling you, because of that 4, 6, 3, and 9 elimination for KILLEES. That's amazing.
Man, 9 eliminations. I think that's the highest I've seen on birthdays, I think. I'm not entirely sure then, but no, yeah, it is. It is the highest I've seen on birthdays. 9 eliminations by a single player. And of course, we are going to get 100+ eliminations, 100+ total knocks, 20,000 damage on the start screen here, Torix.
That's amazing. I have to give it to the players. I have to give it to them. The way the damage is going, 20,000 damage, it's straight up unbelievable. But 108 eliminations, 111 knockouts, that's the case to go. Throwables is going to be the through 100 this time around with a 17 of total revivals. Not a lot of revivals. I think there were a lot of recalls, but not a lot of revivals were on the way. But yeah, this is the case for the match summary of the match number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Rondo. Going on to the MVP stat of the match, it is TikTok Titans right in. Okay, even though HORZ were the ones securing that winner chicken dinner, they had the player with the 9 elimination, but still, this guy, because of his damage, because of his elimination, he gets that MVP title.
9 eliminations, 9 knocks, and 1,400 damage. Yeah, very much deserving. You can't really argue that. But 32 total points on a single map, and they definitely have been able to get above the 100-point mark. But my question, however, is did they break the 118-point mark? Because it was 118 points for Team Pride. And is there a chance that HORZ are going to get above 118? We're going to find out very soon in the overall rankings. But in the meantime, though, Elevate Esports able to get 22 points. And I tell you, this team definitely finished top 3. Wow.
The top 3 is definitely happening. The top 3 will definitely occur, but this is the match standing. That I can say for sure. But moving on. After the match standing with the 32 points, 22, 15, 10, all the way up until the last bottom 2 with 0-0 to their name. We are definitely going to see a lot of changes into the overall ranking. That I can tell you for sure. But the maximum thing that I want to see is how many of the same team is here. Is HORZ all 4? The answer is no. I see 2 of HORZ, 1 of VANTA, 1 of Neon, and 1 of Elevate.
Imagine not playing the first 3 maps and then playing the last 3 just to have a player on the top 5 most influential players of the whole day. It makes no sense, my brother. It makes no sense. Elevate are a beast of a different kind. And I tell you, surely I tell you, if they had started from map 1, they might have been exactly where HORZ currently are. But again, it's only speculations, and I guess we're never going to know. But in the meantime, these are your top 5 players, and Emperor properly deserves 26 eliminations, 26 minutes average survive time. The only player higher than him on the survive time is going to be Logic on 27 and 0-1. But clean stats for all these top 5 players, and Cider Guard is somehow not going to go anywhere below top 2. This guy has been finding a way to make sure, even if the team doesn't, perform the best at every map, he's still finding a way to make sure he stays on the top overall 5 players for the whole game.
Yeah, he definitely does. He definitely does. But now we have to see on how the situation is going to go at this point in time, because all the 6 matches are done. We saw what our top 16, top 20 were at that point in time. And now with this, everything is done and dusted. This is the time we're going to go for the overall ranking. Just like yesterday, after the schedule's done, let's see what the overall is, what the top 8 who are moving forward are going to be. 1 is definitely going to be HORZ. The other 7 are going to be VANTA's Legacy with 62 points, 58 for Neon Outlaws. Elevate joining up the ranks on the hashtag number 4 with 54. And I have to give it to them. Only 3 matches were played by them, and they secured 54 points. Given the fact and the average, they could have secured 108 points if they had played all the 8 matches, 6 matches in total. Royal Academy on the number 5, it's 50. 41 for the Wolves on hashtag number 6. 7 place gets a Blood Pact with 39. And last but not the least, Freestyle just jumps up 1 rank, or maybe 2 or 3 ranks, all the way to the hashtag number 8.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Freestyle. They've had such a good showing. They've had good eliminations every single map, but they just weren't able to get any proper placement. But finally, it did happen on the last map, and they are able to get on that top 8. So they are going to grand final day. HORZ Esports, well, not quite able to get that implied mark of 118, but 107 is as close as they are going to get. And I mean, we did say Elevate Esports from number 20 to number 13 to number 6, and then all the way to number freaking 4. I mean, only 3 maps out of 6 played, and they are going to the grand finals as the number 4th place team on team's set number 2. This makes no sense. This is crazy that low. This is something they can go and tell their grandkids for generations to come, and it's going to be absolutely exciting to go and listen to. But that's it, man, Torix. That's our last map, and we now know our last 8 teams are going to be joining our first 8 from yesterday in the grand final stage tomorrow, Monday.
Only 1 day of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that. Only 1 day, and I think those are also going to be 6 matches. So you got to put everything on the desk and on the show if you want to have that number 1 spot, that bragging rights of winning the Community Series Africa presented by InGame Esports for yourself. It is tomorrow, not today, but yes, the day number 1 was done, the day number 2 is done. We saw the 8 teams from day number 1, we saw the 8 teams from day number 2. They were going to have a final clash tomorrow, but today is done. And before heading out, do you have anything else to say, Tori?
I mean, first of all, I want to say big shout out to InGame Esports for having me. board. And big shout out to Torix for being an amazing co-caster. He's literally hand-walked me through my first ever PUBG cast. If you don't know, this is my first ever PUBG mobile cast, and Torix has literally hand-walked me to make sure I do my possible best. Thank you so much for that. And I'm excited to see what the grand finals are going to look like, and I'm excited to working with you a lot more often.
Man, I'm also excited to see that, and you did pretty good. I have to give it to you. You did an amazing job throughout the whole 2 days of action, and I want you guys to show Tori the love that he deserves, even on the 3rd day, even on tomorrow matches too, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, this is all it. This is all over for the day number 1 and the day number 2 of the semifinals. We will see you tomorrow with the grand finals, and until then, have a beautiful time, ladies and gentlemen, and good night. Take care. Goodbye.
I'm expecting the wipeout to happen very soon. Tier 1 esports have the one play standing, and they do have to.
You hear him, but jump shot! It's gonna be his demise.
Might be a little bit too late to get any of that done. So of course they do want to finish on the quick. It's man sport.
Gets the knockdown. That's a bit of dirt.
I'm expecting the wipeout to happen very soon too.